piece, I'll show the way. Don't style, please, please, I feel the beat.
Ah, yes. Saturdays are made for Low Ink and Low Ink's car. Welcome to the official Low Ink May 2020 stream. We are glad you decided to take a break away from memeing and Splatfest to join us today. We are on the mic for the Swiss stages of the tournament. I am Popgun.
And I am Black Mama Bia, your co-commentator today.
There are a total of 424 players registered for today's tournament. Not bad, considering about half the community is banned due to skill level. Now, with this many number of participants, it can be difficult to get this tourney done in a quick and fair way to determine a true champion. So this tourney is a little bit different from Low Inks in the past. This time around, teams have been divided into two separate Swiss stages instead of one giant one. Now, the top teams from each Swiss stage will move on into Top Cut. There were a little bit of technical difficulties in the opening with the first time of us doing this double Swiss thing, but it looks like we got it all figured out, and we are ready to start with round one. We are bringing you No Diving, a team formerly known as the Sugar Stars, and Team Ink GalaXsea, which I believe is pronounced GalaXsea.
All right, and looks like we're just about to get started here on the first match of the day, and which is going to be Clamblitz Anchovy, or what I like to call Ancho the Fifth. So Popgun, what do you think? How do you think this is going to go with Clamblitz? Like, what do you like about this map personally?
I like that you can actually go up the window on the left side of the map, because you can't do that in other times on Clamblitz. With these two teams specifically, I'm familiar with Salem and Dev, as they are a part of the Splatoon clan. But I don't know much about Ink GalaXsea, so I guess we'll see what they kind of bring out in this opening set. And with that, Low Ink May 2020 is officially underway. Looks like we got a Vanilla Pro and a Soda Slosher coming out. Ooh, an Orange N-Zap too. Welcome to Low Ink.
Definitely a lot of different weapon choices that I haven't seen in a while, but I would say Booyah, it can be pretty strong on this map. We'll just see how they're able to use it. Looks like we got a custom jet here on the side of what looks like, I believe that's Ink GalaXsea.
Yes, Ink GalaXsea is in the purple here, or at least on our screen. So it looks like, actually, hold on. Okay, sorry. Had a bit of technical issues here. So No Diving, trying to take control of mid here in the opening round. Two players do go down immediately, but they are able to gather up a few clams. I can't really... Mama, can you see the screen?
And yes, I can. It is a little bit cut off a little bit, but looks like right now there was a score here on the side of Ink GalaXsea. Now they do go 2 down, so it's really up right now with No Diving. Looks like they're just gathering some map control back in mid, ready to get their counter push going. Now it looks like Salem is over here on their fan, maybe trying to pull up a flank, but they're getting set up here for a good push as long as they can actually execute it. Now it looks like there is a Booyah that does go off. Oh, and they go 2 down here on the side of No Diving, so very good defense here on the side of GalaXsea.
Yes, only one player left alive, and it was the Stingray for No Dive, as Ink GalaXsea looking to make their first push in here. But however, not many clams to go along with the power clam that initially got in, but they do find a way to break in and score. However, No Dive able to shut down this push, and they already have a lot of power clams and some specials to work with. And honestly, I just now noticed the C-Jet has DC'd for the side of Ink GalaXsea.
All right, looks like that is an unfortunate DC. Now, it looks like our TOs are going to be reviewing that here just to see if that... Looks like I'm not sure if it will be a replay. Looks like both teams are still continuing to play.
Yes, and that is important to note. If you do have a DC on your team, you have to stop playing. So the fact that GalaXsea is still trying to win this game is going to... Well, if they do end up losing this match, they won't be able to do a redo specifically because they're still fighting here. However, with 2 minutes left to go, since GalaXsea is choosing to continue to play this, it isn't out of the scope of possibility that they can pull out a win here. Anchovy can be a hard map to get a push in on, but when the fan is in control by no diving as it is right now, they might be able to find a way to sneak past.
Right here, looks like they do lose a super clam right now. Right, it looks like GalaXsea is just on the full defense right now, but with 3 super clams, let's see if they'll be able to do it. They are at that 3v4 advantage, or disadvantage, I should say. And looks like they do have that ray ready, so they may be. It looks like they might be looking to pop it very soon.
2 players going down for the sides of Team GalaXsea and a Booyah Bomb coming in. This will likely be the push that No Diving needs to take lead. They do break the barrier, and they do have a power clam right underneath the basket. And that is the clam they'll need to get in there as they're trying to gather up a few more clams just to keep the basket open long enough. And it doesn't look like they'll be able to take lead here. Oh, wait, no, they do. The last player lied. The orange NZAP able to get the power clam in, so lead with 30 seconds left to go will go to the side of No Diving.
Alright, but it's not over yet. They still got time for just one more push, plus some overtime. They do have that super clam here on the left, and Dio is just trying to stay alive as best as they can. Now, it looks like there is just one person defending the clam, which is at 52. Defending the entrance. Oh, it looks like they do have specials ready, but the roller does go down. Kiwi with that auto bomb. Now it's just that one super climb left on the fan. Will they be able to do it? It's an OT, and it looks like they do go down.
It's a nice pick there by Kiwi. The roller, last player alive for the side of GalaXsea. Only 4 clams gathered up. Time is going to run out here, and game 1 will go to No Diving in this best of 3. And more importantly, the stream that we're looking at seems to have cleared up, so hopefully there won't be any more awkward opening commentary. Hey, it's the round 1 for us as well. So there you go. You can blame me. I'll take the L for that, honestly. But once again, there will be no redo, and the player has already joined back into the room. So hopefully we won't get a DC in the second map. In this play all 3 series here. The next one is Splat Zones at Muscle Forge Fitness. Mamba, what do you like about this map?
Well, a Muscle Forge, I would say it's a map that's definitely been on and off for me. Zones is definitely, I feel it's played a lot differently than the other modes. A lot of weapons, especially the backlines, tend to be a lot more campy. You can definitely get locked out of this map, so it just really depends on how well your team can come together and push, especially with specials. But I have a feeling, I hope to see some really strong backlines. This map is not so bad for splatlings like a Hydra or Sniper, so we'll see.
We did see a Sniper coming out for the side of No Dive, and a Sea-Jet coming out for the side of GalaXsea. So we'll see what kind of comps these teams can pull out. You know, it's interesting. In low ink, you'll see a lot of things that aren't like quote unquote meta. It's not that these teams don't know what the meta is. It's just they're not afraid to experiment with weapons that other teams would poo-poo on, which is always exciting to see. It's nice to see things that are a breakaway from the usual K-Pro, ballpoint, Oonga Boonga.
It says Cape Romaine over here. Okay. But, I mean, I do agree. I would say it's not necessarily that things, even if it's not meta, doesn't mean it can't be played well. I think we have definitely seen that a lot in, like, a Japanese Splatoon, where they will use some of the craziest comps and still do insanely well with them. So, there's nothing to say here that meta is the only thing that can be played, but definitely, it's nice to see, like, it's a breath of fresh air, seeing different weapons.
So here we go. We're beginning game 2 of this best of 3. We do see a CDS coming out for the side of No Dive, as well as that Orange Zen Zap again and a Fire Fin. On the side of GalaXsea, we see a Vanilla Tenebrella and a Custom Junior. Talking about weapons you almost never see in competitive. Nice to see something crazy here.
And I believe that actually might be a vanilla Squelchy. So it looks like they're looking for a
Oh,
triple
it is.
missile comp here on the side of No Diving.
Oh,
now,
that's
GalaXsea,
toxic.
Very. And it looks like here for No Diving, that actually might counter well this tent. And usually tent is just such a good weapon, especially in zones, very campy. It just really depends how well your team can fight around Umbrella.
GalaXsea taking control of things in the early going here. Already getting down to roughly around 50 points if they can hold on to the zone just a little bit longer. But the bomb rush coming from the Fire Fin on the side of No Dive is able to cap the zone as 3 players going down for GalaXsea. You see Salem here pushing up with the Vanilla Dually Squelchers, the BDS, trying to find a way to get onto the roof there to control and create a lockout opportunity for No Dive.
Right, and it looks like very good teamwork here from Salem. It looks like we're able to pick up here one person on the left and people coming down. This is exactly how this map is played. You really hold that mid position, you don't overextend, and you use that teamwork to pick off people, force them to come to you. And such a good job here by Salem. Now, it looks like that tent is trying to make their move. They're trying to get into zone. Looks like what on the side here of GalaXsea, they will need to try hard to chain those specials and see if they can get zone. And as soon as I say that, looks like the bubbles go out, the tent goes in, but they all go down.
Yes, but Salem, the captain of No Dive, doing captain things, already with 10 KA. And that's not all just point sensor. We saw her doing a lot of work with just the main weapon themselves, as Zone goes back to control of No Dive. However, we didn't really mention this. They do have a roller on this side of GalaXsea as well that just went down. But that's kind of I like that pick for this map. Especially the splashdown one, which can do a lot to stalling the zone when it's in the enemy ink, if you manage to land the splashdown.
Alright, it looks like Lumi here trying very hard to at least take back the zone, but with those missiles are just doing work here on GalaXsea. Now, looks like No Diving has control back of the zone. They're maintaining that position here. They're getting set up. Now, it looks like there is a trade here on the, looks like the right or left side, depending on which side you're on. And the missiles are still popping out. So it's definitely, even though the triple missile comp, it seems very odd, it definitely helps scramble the other team. And that's like the strat that No Diving's going for, and it's working for them really well.
Yes, No Diving threatening to get the KO here, and it looks like they will, with 2 players going down on the side of GalaXsea. So game 2 will be going to No Dive. Now, we're not going to try to say this after every single Swiss round, but we will say it at least one time. This is a play all 3 Swiss round. So even though No Diving has technically won this set, there's still value for GalaXsea to win one game, especially when it comes to tiebreakers for who makes top cut and who doesn't. So we will be moving on to this still important game 3, which will be Rainmaker at the Reef.
Alright, so Pakan, how do you feel about this map in particular with Rainmaker?
With Rainmaker in general, I don't like it at all.
It's fair.
The Reef is an interesting map. I think we'll see some Stingrays coming back out for both teams. It's interesting that I didn't notice it earlier, but GalaXsea was opting to go with Stingray on Splat zones at Fitness. So I think we'll definitely see a Stingray come back out again. It'll just be a matter of if it's a Charger or a Sea-Jet. This map in general, I think, isn't considered one of the more favorable backliner maps, or maps to backline at all, but with Rainmaker and Stingray being what it is, I think we'll still see it.
I mean, it is possible to play some backlines here, but like you said, Rainmaker it could be a very fast mode where you have to catch up to everyone, especially the Rainmaker. So that's why typically backline isn't the way to go, but I would say it's definitely very viable. Now, this map in particular is with Rainmaker has gone through a lot of changes. If anyone remembers where the podium used to be by what we call car, definitely has changed in this game a lot. So there's a few less KOs than normal, but this is one of those maps that you can't be too comfortable with the lead of even less than 10 because you can easily get countered.
All it takes is one wipe and the game is over.
One wipe.
That's why Rainmaker sucks. Anyways.
Don't tell Puts that.
Oh gosh. We're moving on to game 3 of this play all 3. It looks like we're coming back out with the Vanilla Pro. Is that a Squiffer? Is that a double Charger build coming out for no diving? It is. And since GalaXsea had so much fun with the missiles being fired at them last game, they have come out with a double missile comp of their own.
It looks like they are using those point systems to their advantage, already tagging a few people here on the side of GalaXsea. Now, I would say this is definitely a little bit of an odd comp. It seems to be working. There's 3 that go down here on the side of GalaXsea.
That's a delayed wipe, actually, as Kiwi's looking to get a punishing lead early on that if it's not a KO could in fact be enough to win the game. As they're trying to find a way to get up here. You see Devi trying to paint for the Rainmakers. They get with 5 remaining, and with a Stingray up, you see Dev trying to hide away here on a very weird spot that you don't normally see enemy players get into on your own spawn. But it looks like the push will stop there, unless the auto camera can tell us what's actually going on. No, the Rainmaker will reset. But again, with 5 remaining, even though there's 4 minutes left, that is a pretty punishing score on the side of no diving.
And it looks like Kiwi tried to go for a little flank, didn't quite work out. Now it's just here Salem defending here by the bridge. So far, GalaXsea hasn't been able to pick up the Rainmaker. Just being pressured really well here. It looks like Salem getting a really good pick. Might be going for some sort of flank. They do take down the dualies. They take down the slosher. That is a wipe. Now it's just really, looks like Dev is just trying to get a quick little armor before they pick up Rainmaker. They know that they don't have to overextend. They have that amazing lead. And so far they're doing really well with this comp.
Yeah, it seems like their main focus is not getting white, because that is the one way that they can give up this huge lead that they have going on here. However, with a couple of picks going down, they are trying to find a way to get the Rainmaker up to the pedestal and possibly get a KO here with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
Alright, it looks like Soda is being pretty patient here, which I do commend. Like, right now, 2 members do go down here from no diving. They didn't quite exactly overextend. And all that's left is just to maintain that position if they can here in mid and just keep up that paint. Again, right now, the score is still pretty large, with GalaXsea haven't got any points yet. So this comp is actually working really well for them in terms of defense.
The comp's working out well because you see Dev is kind of popping off in the first 30 minutes here already with 10 KA with the end zap. But if you're in GalaXsea, you're kind of struggling to find a way to get a push here. All the fight has been on your side of the base for the first 3 minutes of this match. But once again, all they need to do is find a way to get one wipe and a pick or 2 here. If they can manage to get a pick on Dev, which they do not, that would have been huge to starting an opportunity for a first push. A minute 40 now left to go. So So we do see, it's interesting, Salem's been using point sensor for all 3 matches here as she tries to push up and get, and that's 3 players down, possibly 4. That is a wipe as they find a way to cancel the Booyah. So once again, no diving, finding a way to get the Rainmaker on the side of GalaXsea and possibly looking to threaten a KO for the 3rd time this match. And we'll do it.
Yep, that's the KO. They went 3 down right there. 1 person left, and it looks like Dev was just keeping them busy, and that gave him the KO.
So no diving will win round 1, 3-0. If you are in GalaXsea, you got to be. I think you got to be a little bit concerned that you had the DC in the first game, but luckily the next 2 games lasted the full way with no DC. So both of these teams should be set for a long/fun low ink tournament. We are going to take a little bit of a break here as we wait for the other teams to finish up. You are watching the low ink tournament. And welcome back to Low Ink May 2020. We are in round 2, about to bring you Technical Machine versus the KenSa clan. One thing of note, Technical Machine is going to be disbanding after this upcoming Ludi season. I do want to give them a quick shout out. Technical Machine is a team that has been around since the middle of 2018. That makes them one of the oldest active teams in the community right now amongst any skill level. They started out in the lowest division in Ludi and struggled early on, but when most teams disband and join new teams so they can climb the ladder by hopping from team to team, Technical Machine grinded and has improved so much, reaching Div 5 in Ludi. They've already announced that they will be disbanding and hanging up their ink tanks after this season ends, so this will be their last time playing as Low Ink together. So Technical Machine, you have my personal respect for doing so much for the lower level competitive Splatoon community and doing it the right way. Now, to KenSa Clan, don't worry, we're not showing bias to anything. But personally, we're just excited to see Technical Machine in this tournament yet again.
You know, streaming here for the last occasion, and we do want to wish them luck. I'm pretty sure maybe some of them will continue their competitive journey. But yeah, let's see some matches. I'm ready.
So, what do you know about KenSa Clan, since we just gave a big spiel about the other team?
Well, I am pretty new to Low Ink, so I apologize if I don't know too many of the teams, but one name that kind of comes out here is Forge. I believe I've seen them play. They could be a Forge Pro player, not sure. But, I mean, I'm pretty sure maybe they love using the KenSa weapons. That could be an indicator.
Yes. Forge is currently not in this roster, or not in the lineup for right now, but maybe we'll see them sub in. As game 1 of this best of 3 is going to be at Snapper Canal, Clam Blitz.
Alright, it looks like we got some KenSa Clan here in the Twitch chat here, also cheering them on. So,
are they all using all KenSa weapons? They're not, but however, they are using the KenSa Charger, the scoped version, probably looking to have a baller to go along with this Clan Blitz game. We see ink brushes coming out for both teams, the Perma brush on the side of Technical Machine, the Vanilla on the side of KenSa Clan.
And actually, it looks like for Technical Machine, they decided to come out here with the double brush comp, which I would say can be pretty viable here, especially since this is a very large map. You do need speed, you do need to catch the enemy off guard on this map, so if you can pull that off, and it looks like that is what Tiff is trying to go here, but they do get taken down. Looks like Technical Machine pulling off a very good defense here on their street. Now they do see that looks like the KenSa Clan is trying to get a push here on the side. Oh, but they do get taken down here mid splashdown. Good job by Joker here. Now they do have a hammer ready. They have a Booyah on the side of Technical Machine. They may be able to get a push going as long as they can get that super in.
Yeah, 1 minute already gone down. Both teams trying to find a way to get some points in here. Technical Machine was controlling the clan economy. However, 3 players immediately go down as you see Waffle jumping back to spawn, trying to set up the trying to stop this push that is likely going to be coming from the side of KenSa Clan. If not a push, they'll at least be able to get control of mid and formulate a push at some point. As you see, they've already gathered up 27 clams.
Right, and they do have a lot of clans, but they are getting pushed back. Technical Machine here doing a good job maintaining paint and pushing them back. Like I said, this is a large map, so it can be a bit difficult to get a push going. You really need to rely on your specials or some sort of flank, or like I said with brushes, you gotta be a little bit sneaky. Vertigo here just sharking in mid, maybe trying to get a couple picks. It looks like they do find him here on street. It looks like it seems to be a big game here in terms of defense, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes with the offense.
Techno Machine has all 4 of their specials ready to go. However, it's KenSa Clan that strikes first, able to find a way to slip past there and get points on the board. But 2 players going down, 3 players going down, so that will be the end of the push. But KenSa Clan's able to strike first as we just crossed the halfway point in terms of time. With your opening push, you ideally want to get to at least 60 or maybe a little bit lower. So the door is definitely open for Technical Machine to take the lead back with just 1 push, especially now that they have a lot of clams and map control to work with.
Definitely, and looks like Vertigo has these bubbles at the ready. As long as and looks like they're double teaming here the CDS, or I should say the vanilla CDS. They do get the pick. Vertigo does have 8. They do have enough here to make a super, and here comes the bubble push.
Yes, along with the hammer. So they will be able to score, but can they get this power clam in that's jumping in? It looks like the jump's going to be just a little too far away from the basket. Pop the Booyah Bomb just to try to stall, but the Booyah Bomb immediately gets canceled. So that's going to be the end of the push, and once again, map control and clan economy going to the side of KenSa Clan with about a minute 30 left to go here. With Technical Machine, they are just 1 pop and 1 clam away from taking the lead. But however, KenSa Clan, if they can hold on to control in mid and use their specials together, as they do have Baller and Hammer ready to go, they might be able to find a way to get a push going of their own.
Looks like with about 1 minute left, there's still plenty of time for both teams to continue to push. And looks like a Tiff here, going for the flank, takes down the heavy. And it looks like KenSa Clan is able to score huge here. If they could get that last super in, Tiff dives in for the super, does score it. They are wiped here mostly on the side of KenSa Clan. All that's left here is for Technical Machine to try their best for 1 massive push.
Yeah, that was a very nice push by KenSa Clan. They were able to pop the basket and then do a jumping splashdown with the vanilla brush to cause enough distraction for the rest of the KenSa Clan members to throw in a few more power clams. So Technical Machine in a bit of a hole here with 30 seconds left to go. However, they do have a couple of specials built up, including Hammer and Armor, which combined together could make a great initiating push, and they also have Bubbles and Booyah to go with as well. So here comes their last chance to take control of lead. As you see, they're throwing everything they can at this. However, 2 players immediately go down in the push. Unless Oreo T there can find a way to get in, they will not. So these power clams will go down, and game 1 should go, unless something crazy happens here, to the side of KenSa Clan. So there we go, an interesting double brush comp coming out for the side of Technical Machine, but however, the KenSa Clan is able to hold it down. With a very, as we look at the KAs here, this was a very, very passive game from both teams. Not a lot of bloodshed.
And on this map, it can be kind of difficult, like I said, because it's a large map. Usually some backlines do very well here. For a lot of people in the competitive community, Snapper is not one of the favorite maps. So it can become a little bit of a stalemate. But definitely both teams did a pretty good job every time they had a push. They definitely used those specials to get in, and that's really what you got to do. You got to have that teamwork and push in together with those specials. But it looks like here on the side of KenSa Clan, they just had that really good defense.
So game 2 is going to be Splat zones at Gobi Arena for teams that were playing in Low Ink or Ludi this week. They are very familiar with this map and mode. As we see, players are starting to ready up quickly, and no changes in the roster for either team. I do have a quick comment. What is Oreo T? Is that an actual thing?
I have no idea what Oreo T is.
Okay.
I'm just as, I would say, clueless. Maybe because we're old. I don't know.
Whoa! Don't lump me into that category.
Older. Okay.
Let's see. We did see Hammer coming out for both teams. I don't know if we'll see much Hammer on this map and mode specifically. We did see a remix coming out for Technical Machine, and it's interesting to see what kind of charger KenSa Clan is going to be bringing out. Are they going to stick with their KenSa Matra and keep the Baller charger, or will we see a Booyah Bomb or Bomb Rush coming out?
Actually, I would say definitely Bomb Rush is a favorite here for Gobi. I do tend to see a lot of Fire Fins. Backline is still very good here now, but I will say now that Ballpoint, we have seen less ballpoints because of the recent nerf within the last month or so.
Good.
So, good. Oh, don't upset any ballpoint players, okay?
Oh,
but,
there's none left. Don't worry about it. Game 2, Splat Zones at Gobi Arena. KenSa Clan flexing the hero weapons, coming out with hero dualies with missiles and E-Leader. I can't see if that's a scoped or not, but they do have the Booyah Bomb with the KenSa Dynamo. On the side of Technical Machine, they bring out the KenSa Dynamo as well. So no true anchor weapon, unless you count Dynamo as one of it for the side of Technical Machine. A more aggressive comp for them.
Right, and I will say, looks like that is an unscoped E-Leader, and E-Leaders tend to do really well here. Again, it's really dependent on the skill of the sniper, but it definitely helps pressure on this map. It looks like a KenSa Clan has control of the zone. There is a Booyah that goes off here in the corner. Unfortunately, it is not able to do much. So KenSa Clan is just sitting here pretty comfortable, ready to take on the push that's coming here from Technical Machine.
Yes, the short lead already going to control of the KenSa Clan. However, the zone's currently stalled as Techno Machine throwing a few specials at it and are able to take back control. Now it becomes a matter of who's going to be getting picks as the E-Leader goes down for the side of KenSa Clan. Might be a little bit out of position there as another player goes down. So Technical Machine able to get control here as well as lead, so they can see we can see if they can formulate some sort of locking out here.
Alright, and it looks like, again, there is a KenSa Dynamo here in each team. So Dynamo turns out to be a favorite here. Now Technical Machine is just trying their best. Looks like Damp does have to jump out. And looks like the zone will be going here to KenSa Clan. They do have the Booyah almost ready. Looks like they just use it here on the stands. It looks like they were not able to pick anyone off, but definitely they are keeping all the members here of Technical Machine back.
Yes, 2 minutes have already gone down, and we've seen a lot of back and forth action going on here as KenSa Clan's threatening to take back control of the lead. A Booyah Bomb able to get a pick and control the zone back to Technical Machine, as we see Damp here doing it very wisely, putting ink mines down in the zone, which can help keep control of zone a little bit longer, especially when the other team is starting their push. Penalty points starting to eat away for Technical Machine as we reach the halfway point. A trade goes down for both sides. You see Damp here going for the flank. Not sure if KenSa Clan is able to see this and is able to get a pick. Nice pick there for Waffle. However, the zone will go back in control for KenSa Clan for a little bit. So a little bit of back and forth from both teams here. Which is a big change of pace from how the last game was a little bit more one-sided.
Definitely, and I would say with this one, it's pretty much a bloodbath going on compared to almost for a little bit of a stalemate on the last match. Both teams are opting to, as soon as they have control, they're not afraid to go ahead and push up. Now, Vertigo does have an armor ready. It looks like they are waiting to use it, making sure their team is back in position. Here comes the armor, and looks like we expect to see a push coming here. Damp with the baller. They do take one down here in zone, and it looks like this will be a recap for Technical Machine.
A minute 30 left to go here as Technical Machine looks to get complete the wipe as the Hero Dualies is able to escape. Lead still in control of Technical Machine. However, KenSa Clan, you only have 29 penalty points left to go until you start doing permanent damage as missiles come raining down here, attacking the zone. Damp Waffle, able to survive long enough. So penalty points now away for Technical Machine as they're looking to KO. 1 minute left to go. All kinds of specials getting thrown at the zone. KenSa Clan able to cap. However, the zone is still tinkering back and forth between both teams.
All right, it looks like with the minute left, looks like KenSa Clan, they really looks like right now their counter has gone away. As long as they can maintain the zone, they may be able to take lead. It's still anyone's game. As for right now, looks like Technical Technical Machine opted just to go ahead and save for those specials. Again, that brush gets that baller so fast. And here comes a Booyah, but will it be able to cap zone? And Tiff getting a nice pick, but unfortunately does go down to Damp.
So here we see Technical Machine with 20 seconds left to go. They have control of the zone. They are threatening to KO KenSa Clan before the timer even runs out. But however, the zone will go back in control of KenSa Clan as they have one more opportunity to hold on and take back lead in the final overtime. Clock ticking down now. Booyah Bomb is ready for Technical Machine, and you do see it coming in here. In your screen, but a key pick there by Slick on Waffle, but the zone cannot be stopped by the Booyah Bomb, which is obviously why both teams were able to bring one to this match. So game 2 will go to Technical Machine as we're currently tied at 1-1 in this best of 3.
Now that was definitely a very close match. If you see, both teams had a lot of specials. I think that's what both of them really relied on, and I would say they used very well. It was, in a way, almost like a very high-scoring game. A lot of them took it below 20. So I'm pretty sure they feel a little bit stressed out right now. That was such a close match. But it looks like we will be moving on to our third and final match here for this round, which will be TC Starfish Main Stage.
How was the Brush able? Did he get off 8 or 9 ballers? Seems like a really high special count. That's very annoying. That anytime you're fighting a Brush player, that they already have a baller popped. Mm-hmm. So yes, we're moving on to TC Main Stage for two teams that have been willing to bust out ink brushes. This is a map where flanking happens pretty much the entire time from both sides of the map. So this will kind of come down to who can keep their backliner safe and which one of the backliners can call out the flanks the quickest enough with the teams responding to it.
Mm-hmm. And this map is definitely a lot about awareness. And what's weird about this map is it's not like the other TC maps. That there is somewhat of a choke point, where those checkpoints are, where you have to fight to get through, but it's definitely not as bad as other maps. And it's more that awareness that you need to have is more in mid, because that's where I feel like a lot of that happens. It's really difficult to flank once they push into your area, or at least the first few checkpoints. But like you said, if they do run a backline, they need to be very aware of those flanks. So it could be a little bit of a difficult map to play on.
You see, so this is the first time on stream that we've seen a 1-1 match. So we don't have to do the arbitrary, both teams are still fighting for something. Both teams are literally still fighting for something. The difference between making top cuts and starting your Saturday evening early could be this one match right here.
I'm curious to see. I'm hoping we see maybe a blaster. I know it is TC. I have not seen any blasters on stream yet. And looks like we will be seeing a Grim Rage on the side of KenSa Clan. Which I would say out of a lot of the range blasters is definitely the one that is more favored. Just because the burst bombs can be very powerful.
You also see the clear dapples coming out for KenSa Clan. So maybe the KenSa Clan is also totally fine with Sheldon pick weapons as well. But yes, you do see the Borella coming out for Technical Machine, along with the Perma Brush this time around. A Stingray for both teams as well. As well as Booyah. So we see in the opening 30 seconds here, KenSa Clan able to get a pick on Joker. The K-Pro on Technical Machine's side. However, Technical Machine is the ones currently pushing the tower as the Stingray is able to knock out the Charger for KenSa Clan.
Alright, and KenSa Clan is doing a good job. They were able to pick a few off here on that tower push. Looks like they are just trying to paint a mid, but at the same time, the heavy looks like they do take down the heavy. That is an important pick. There goes the backline here for the side of Technical Machine. But as soon as I say that, Joker here coming in with a nice pick on the Dynamo. And now they do have that Booyah. So it looks like right now, I would say it's going both ways. Both teams trying to push, but not able to get that full wipe just yet.
Getting past the first checkpoint is somewhat difficult to do in this map if you do not have control of the enemy team snipe. As you see, Technical Machine has the enemy team snipe completely in their color, with 2 players down for the side of KenSa the Clan. Technical Machine just having issues getting on the tower here, as you see Zero trying to stop this first checkpoint. Maybe going in with the Booyah Bomb, but however, because the snipe is so high, cannot get the Booyah Bomb past the snipe. So checkpoint 1 will go to Technical Machine with 3 minutes left to go. And their push is not done, as we see 2 players going down for the side of KenSa Clan. Sniper trying to find an opportunity to stop this second checkpoint, and is able to get a nice pick on the brush with Stingray coming down. So with the Boreal going down, this looks like this might be the end of the opening push for Technical Machine, but with 2:30 left to go, a very nice push for Technical Machine, as they have already cleared the first checkpoint.
Alright, and Sniper doing a great job here. They did get a few picks before that did stop that push. Now, 44, it is a decent lead, but again, it's not necessarily a big winning lead. All they need here is KenSa Clan just to get a good push and get through that first checkpoint. That looks like a Technical Machine getting a little bit of control here on tower. They do have mid, they have that Ray, and it does take Zero out. Now, here's Technical Machine again starting their next push.
2 players going down for Technical Machine as they get their push going. And a counter Stingray coming out for the side of Sniper on KenSa Clan. 1:45 left to go here. We kind of talked about flanking on this map earlier. The Clapples doesn't appear to be finding an opportunity to sneak into Technical Machine's base just yet, as we see the Clapples get their splashdown denied at the top of the screen there. However, this isn't stopping KenSa Clans from trying to at least get past this first checkpoint while they have an opportunity to do so, but Technical Machine able to shut it down.
And another good point here about this map that's difficult to push that first checkpoint, I think sometimes there's just so many things going on here, both on the right side of the map, the left side, there could be someone behind you, and that's really all it can take to stop your push, is getting flanked on the tower itself. So right now, looks like Technical Machine, they do take 2 down here on the side of KenSa Clan. Vertical here just maintaining the tower, gets a pick, is able to, looks like they might be able to reach the next checkpoint and clear it. And the Clapples on the side of KenSa Clan also go down.
Yes, we're reaching desperation time here for KenSa Clan, as they are able to stop Technical Machine from clearing that second checkpoint. That is huge. However, they're going to need to find a way to get a couple of picks just to get enough room to get map control so that they could start pushing the tower. And it's going to be difficult to do considering 2 players have already gone down for KenSa Clan. Players desperately trying to jump back in with 10 seconds left to go. Technical Machine watches as KenSa Clan is able to get on the tower, and they're going to need to find a way to stay on it for the remainder of this time. But with the Booyah Bomb coming in, there's almost nothing KenSa Clan can do there. Technical Machine will take the game and the match 2-1.
And good job here by Joker. I believe they were the ones with the K-Pro. They did have that special ready, that Booyah, and they held it here to the last minute, making sure no one could get on tower. So very nice play here for Technical Machine, especially since, again, after Ludi, this will be their last Ludi season as a team. So very good win here for them.
And you know what? For KenSa Clan, maybe a year and a half from now, we'll be talking about how those guys stuck together and kept grinding and eventually became one of the next well-known established teams of the lower level Splatoon community. You are watching the Low Ink tournament. We are in round 3, about to stream DOS versus Checkmate. You're watching Low Ink in May.
Tell me why. Oh my gosh.
Anyway.
Oh no.
So, welcome back to Low Ink, and we are going to be bringing you Old Sushi, otherwise known as DOS, against Checkmate, who, let's just say they wanted to be on stream for, we're not going to say why, so, but anyways. I believe both these teams are 2-0 currently. Is that right? I'm going to double check that real quick. Also, a quick side note. All hell is breaking loose in the city that I'm in right now, so my power may go out at any moment. And you might also hear some thunder going on from my microphone on the course of the stream. Just assume it's the storm brewing between these two teams coming to life, because we're expecting to see some great action here, right?
Right. And looks like actually both teams have like almost similar tags. For a minute, I was like, wait, do they have an extra person in here?
Oh yeah, this is going to be awkward to look at, honestly. Brumsky is a part of Old Sushi. I saw their Ludi match yesterday. A very good CDS player. And of course, for those of you who are not familiar with Sigurd, the roller main, well, you're about to be introduced to him. He's a very good vanilla Splat roller main for Old Sushi. I don't think we know much about Checkmate. However, I think some people in chat would probably give us information about them without us even asking. But I could tell you, Old Sushi, the reason their name is Old Sushi is because to be on their team, you have to be at least 25 years old. I don't want to dox myself too much, but I am eligible to be on Old Sushi. But it's not often that you see people in the Splatoon community that are playing at the Div 4 level or beyond that doesn't have at least one, if not multiple, high school kids with those young people reflexes.
And I'm actually curious to see, Old Sushi is not a new name at all. Actually, they've been a team since early Splatoon 1. So probably, I have a feeling they probably could be the oldest team here in this whole tournament. Not in terms of age, but actually in terms of how long this team has been active. So definitely, it takes me back to Splat 1, for sure.
You know, I will say, it is a lot easier to be on a competitive Splatoon team when you don't have to worry about school or college or your parents telling you that you have to take out the trash, so pause the game. Instead, Old Sushi are the ones yelling at their kids.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way you can't hear the rain beating down on my roof right now.
I mean, I can hear it slightly, but you know what? It's the storm between these two teams causing this rain here for Popgun.
Also, if I just magically vanish from VC due to a power going out, you guys are going to hear Mamba do their best impression of solo commentating.
Yes, I will do my best to both commentate mine and Popgun's part. I do a good Popgun impression. Not really.
No, you don't. Nobody can impersonate me. I believe we're just waiting on a fourth from Team Checkmate to hop in on the tournament, and we'll be ready to go. I don't know how much time they are allotted to join the room, but when we do get started, we will be doing Clam Blitz at Schellendorf Institute. A very interesting map and mode. One that if you were a ballpoint main, or I guess we might still see some ballpoints come out for this map. It's really fun to do the ballpoint waltz on the top of the glass there, abusing your run speed on a bunch of area that you cannot use paint on since it's all uninkable.
And I would say Schellendorf, even though a lot of people dislike it, I think it's one of my favorite maps. Again, like you said, there is that ballpoint or even backlines just do very well. But as long as you utilize the majority of the map, you don't always have to be on glass. You can kind of sneak in through the bottom. Honestly, a lot of people like to go for those flanks specifically to pick off that backline. So I'm hoping to see probably Sigurd. He's the flank master here. We may see him doing some sneaky stuff here. All right, now it looks like maybe Popcorn did.
I'm here. I was just looking to see if I need to take shelter or not. I'm currently still good. It's coming down pretty hard out there.
Our sirens going off.
You might hear. No, actually, the sirens would have come out at this point. Yeah, I think we'll be fine here. This just adds to the ambience.
All right, so while we're waiting for these teams here, looks
how
like
much time do they get to join the room before we make them play a 3v4?
All right.
And I think we're just kind of waiting on TOs to give us the official go ahead here. Looks like we are getting close to forcing games to be dropped by this. It is Checkmate we're waiting on, right? Yes.
Yes, I believe all the members of Old Sushi, they are in the room. So that could be... well, maybe they just didn't want to play Schellendorf. That could be it. A lot of people don't like clams in Schellendorf. So, but it looks like this match may have to go here to Old Sushi. Alright, so yes, hopefully y'all can be patient. We are still working through this right now. In the meantime, if anybody in chat has anything they want to talk about. Now, I did look up, just because of that last match, what Oreo tea was. And I'm so glad I did. It's basically like have you ever seen like boba milk tea?
Yes.
It's basically like an Oreo smoothie like version of it, like cookies and cream. So it's... it looks really good. I'm really hoping I can find a place that actually serves that. It looks so good.
Boba tea, so are like the bobas like Oreo shaped, and then...
well, I think it just has like maybe like cookie crumbles like blended in there, and then like they put it on the top. But,
okay, so my question is, at what point does it stop becoming tea and become a milkshake? Because that doesn't sound like tea to me. You think like at the Boston Tea Party, people were throwing over boba, like, seeds or stuff like that.
I'm not sure. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they just put the crumbles on top and maybe put some sort of Oreo flavoring, like the cream, in there. So maybe it's not exactly a shake, it's just more like an Oreo flavored.
Is there such a thing as an Oreo tea? Like, can I just, like, buy an Oreo tea bag and put it in hot water? The real questions we're asking on the Low-Ink stream.
And if you want, I'll take some crushed up Oreos and put them in a bag for you. Pop them, and I'll send them right over.
Oreos are vegan. Thank you. Thank you, Zoink. I appreciate that. So I'm pretty sure game one... Yeah, you said game one has officially gone to Old Sushi due to the delay. With Checkmate getting their fourth in. So the next, if we do end up playing the next game, as people start leaving the room anyways, it would be Rainmaker at Mako Mart. JK, Checkmate. I'm getting word from my sources that Checkmate is dropping from the tournament. So, Old Sushi will officially win this match. You hate to see it, but maybe, unfortunately, Checkmate members catching the storm that I currently have in my town.
I was about to say, you're not that popular, Popcorn. But honestly, I think a lot of the Midwest is getting a ton of rain. So, and plus with Splatfest, a lot of people being on the internet, there's bound to be some connection issues. So thank you everybody for being a bit patient.
Well, if that's the case, I guess we're going to go ahead and take a break here. As all the other teams have already started their round 3 matchup. So thank you for joining us for the Oreo Tea podcast. We are going to take a quick break and be back with you with round 4, hopefully with a team that has not dropped yet. You are watching the Low Ink tournament. Hello, welcome back to the Woe Inc. stream. We have a great matchup for you guys this time around. We have Persistence versus Addicted Penguins. I don't know how Addicted Penguins became a name for a Splatoon team, but considering some of the names you teams have come up with in the past, I guess Addicted Penguins isn't the worst. Both of these teams are 3-0 so far in this tournament, with Persistence being the team that people may be a little bit more familiar with, at least at this point, as they are a Div 4 Ludi team, and they're very, very active in a lot of these lower level tournaments, especially as of late. The first game is going to be Splat Zones at Walleye Warehouse. Mamba, what can you tell us?
Alright, so Splat Zones Walleye, it used to be, if anyone remembers Splatoon 1, it used to be probably one of the community's favorite map mode combinations, if not maybe the best. Now not so much. It's definitely changed for Splatoon 2. I mean, it hasn't changed too much, but I think with the weapons and the specials that we have now, it's a lot different. Stay Ray is something that we typically see here and is very strong. And with zones, which a lot of people kind of don't like, it's very hard to come back into this map. So it really just depends how well the team can play together and coordinate and use these sides of the maps to get back in, not always the front. So usually that's where a lot of teams struggle.
And we're not too familiar with Addicted Penguins at this point. Persistence has been known to use a brush player who will flank quite frequently. Along with Bear Paw, he uses a great variety of backlining anchor weapons, especially with the Splatlings. Very difficult to kill Bear Paw as well. But I'm excited to learn a little bit more about Addicted Penguins, because they are currently 3-0, and since we have switched to this double Swiss group system instead of having just one giant group, the top 8 teams in each group will advance to Top Cut for a combined top 16 cut. So this could be a preview of a rematch that we might see later in Top Cut if both these teams continue the trend that they're currently on. However, somebody's going to take their first L, and the winner of this game will be in first place in their group with only 2 more rounds left to go. So here we go. Splat Zones at Walleye. We see Persistence coming out with a tent umbrella to go along with the brush and a ballpoint for the Penguins. Also, that's a double armor comp for the side of Persistence as well, with the junior and the perma brush.
It looks like I would say a very solid comp here coming from Addicted Penguins. We got the Junior, we got T-Tech Ballpoint, and the K-Pro, so very Western style. Now about this map, which is kind of different from the other Walleye modes, is there is no block on the right side, so you cannot flank from the right side. The only flank is here on the left. Now it looks like here Addicted Penguins did get cornered here very well. The sniper did get a pick. Right now the sniper is just watching that right side. I believe they look like they hit something, not quite a pick here, but they're doing a very good job of pressuring that right side.
Yeah, you see the comp for Addicted Penguins is definitely much more traditional, especially in this tournament where we've seen pretty much anything has gone up to this point. So Addicted Penguins electing to go with the more traditional meta comp, as they have now gone 3 down. So Control Zone will go to Persistence for now, and they will be able to take the lead.
Alright, and it looks like there's a lot of picks going on back and forth here from both teams. I do see here that on the side of Persistence, even though they do have a little bit of a different comp, they do have that double armor. They do have the double bomb from the Junior, I believe, and also a bomb here from the Perma Brush. So definitely a lot of good spacing that they can do here with these bombs, and it looks like that is giving them enough control here. Now they are trying to fight off some specials here on the right side. And it looks like that Booyah does go through too, and they do take the zone. Now, Addicted Penguins, looks like, oh, they do get some picks here. They take down the brush. But here comes the tent. I'm not sure. It looks like they may have a special ready, but they are holding it at the moment.
Yes, as we're having a slight technical difficulty, at least on my part. Can you hear me, actually? Just checking.
And yes, I can
Okay.
hear you.
Okay, cool. So the zone has gone back to control of the side of the Penguins. They had a little bit of difficulty getting back into zone there, but now they are in control and starting their lockout situation. As you see Marsh sharking around the side, but the zone will go back to control of Persistence temporarily to at least add penalty points to the Penguins.
Alright, and looks like the tent is doing a great job. Here's a good teamwork here by the tent and also the Fire Fin. They were able to use that distraction to get their bomb rush out. Now it looks like the zone is going to go back here to the side of Addicted Penguins. But they are 2 down here on the side of Addicted Penguins, so it is possible that Persistence may be able to keep and maintain that zone.
And you do see Inky finding the beacon there with the Firefin scope. A minute 30 left to go in this game. Both teams struggling to get a grasp, a control of the game as the game is going back and forth, as the zone constantly flipping. But as time is ticking down, Persistence is in control of the lead. However, not many penalty points for the Penguins. And okay, we lost stream for a little bit there, but it's now back. So, Addicted Penguins now in full control and should be able to get control of lead here. However, the hammer and Tenna coming out to stall the zone just in time, right before the zone and the lead went fully to the side of the Penguins.
Alright, and it looks like the K-Bro is holding that Booyah. They're deciding to use it here because they are getting cornered on the right side. And it's basically a battle between the K-Pro and the Tent. Now, Tent is not a fun weapon to be fighting against, but they do jump out, and the control is back here on the side of what looks like the...
to be the Penguins.
Yeah,
they were able to get a triple there, and with not many penalty points ever, this time should be able to take control of the lead, and they do. A nice pick on the hammer there with the Inkjet. Nice play by Marsh. As only 15 seconds remain, control and lead on the side of Addicted Penguins, but Persistence coming out with the bomb rush here is able to take back control of the zone, but with 2 players down, can Persistence keep the zone long enough for their teammates to respond? And the ink brush, the Tenebrella, I should say, goes down as well. So a nice back and forth by both teams. I think we kind of see why both these teams are currently undefeated. And an even match does go the way of the Penguins.
And it was definitely very close, and it looks like Inky here with the Fire Fin. They were super close. They were maintaining mid, and they did get a pick, but it's just that Booyah that came out the last time was able to neutralize zone, and which gave them the win. So a very, very close match. Definitely, this could be a very close set here. Now we will be moving on to the next stage, which will be Manta Maria TC.
Yes, Manta Maria tower control. So I guess the question becomes, what type of brush is Persistence going to bring out here? They have been known to use the Octobrush Nouveau as well as the Perma brush, as we just saw. So it'll be interesting to see what they kind of do. But with the Penguins, it looks like they're going with the more traditional, somewhat meta comp. So we'll see how that works out for them as well.
All right, and I really do like these maps here for this round. So Manta Maria TC, it can also be a little bit of a backline heavy map. I have a feeling we may see a Ray or 2 on each team. Ray, it tends to be a very solid choice here in terms of specials. And really the hardest part is not necessarily the first checkpoint, but the second checkpoint is one of the harder ones to get through. You definitely need a lot of good teamwork to get past that area. And I would say it can be difficult to push as soon as one team has a very good lead. It can be a little bit difficult to push. And you have to rely on a couple flanks as well. So I would say this is a very good map to see both of these teams fight it out.
Yes, and it was interesting. I liked the pick of the Tintabrella on the side of Persistence last time, and now they're switching to the Undercover Brella. So the armor coming out, and we do see the brush using the Octobrush Nouveau as opposed to the Perma. On the side of pink ones, a Nautilus to go along with the Vanilla Hero Splatling. Not the as you just kind of look at the comps here, the Penguins don't have the best painting comp. However, with tower control, you don't really need to have too much paint. You just got to be able to keep the area around the tower in your color, which is what the Penguins are doing here as they get past the first checkpoint.
Alright, but I don't know about that. I would say definitely map control is something very important, but you definitely want to make sure you cover a lot of your flanks, because all it takes is just one person to come behind tower, and your push can be delayed. And it looks like that is what the Octobrush is doing right here. They are sneaking up here on the side. Now, it looks like they're waiting to clean up here the street. A member here from Addicted Penguins does jump out. They still have a little bit of control here in mid, so it's really up to them to maintain that control.
Yeah, so a nice opening push by the Penguins there, able to get past the first checkpoint, do a little bit of damage into the second checkpoint. And this is actually Bear Paw, their traditional backliner that's using the Undercover Brella here. Very interesting, which means they have a different user using the Charger, which is Inky. So a little bit of a role reversal for this team, at least from what I'm familiar with. So that's very interesting to see. On the side of Persistence, as they have 3 players go down and the Stingray jumping out. So the Penguins will have the opportunity to get another push going here and try to get past that second checkpoint.
Alright, and looks like Marsh is doing a good job here. They did get a couple picks in mid. They were able to push a lot of the members of Persistence back. Now they are holding that special. Looks like they're going to hold it here for that push. And they're getting ready to go here on that flank, possibly to see if they can take out the Brella. And it's very close, and they do take out here the Kunder.
Oh, nice double.
Now it's just that sniper, and unfortunately for this map, there is a block here that does allow you to go up here to the left, so the backlines do have to be very careful, making sure they don't get flanked. Inky definitely getting that good snipe here, able to fight off a flank.
So it's able to get a nice pick there up at the catwalk. So Persistence now, I'm about to say they were in an opportunity to get a push, but they do get a trade on the Nautilus there. So Persistence now going to take an opportunity to get past this first checkpoint and even up the game a little bit, as you see Stormy pressuring the street. Very nice play to pick to use the Brella for TC to help protect themselves as they ride tower here, as Persistence looking to stay on the tower just a little bit longer to get past the lead. They don't do that. However, getting past that first checkpoint is going to make things a lot easier down the road as they try to get lead in a different push.
Alright, and Addicted Penguins here, they have the armor and the booyah ready. Looks like they are still going to hold it. They're not being too greedy here with their specials. They're being a little bit patient, making sure that they can save it here for the push. But Inky here doing a very good job spacing out and pressuring the enemy team. Now there is that Nautilus with the baller just coming from behind. They do take down Inky. Now it's just left for they are getting cornered here on the side, but Marsh just doing a really good job of maneuvering. Looks like that right also helped them, but the booyah just came in time to stop that pick.
Yeah, Marsh doing a very good job of keeping the push from forming here. However, Persistence able to get 3 players down. They don't have to get past this checkpoint to get lead. They basically just have to get to it. You see Stormy trying to get on control of the plat there. 2 players going down for the side of Persistence and 2v4 situation. However, the Brush trying to make a play combined with the Stingray is going to go down. So once again, this attempt to get lead, which is just so close for Persistence, has once again been denied with about 30 seconds left to go here in the match. See now, Persistence trying to get a pick or two. They've already lost their Brush player. Just need a few picks so that they can get an opportunity. With the Booyah Bomb coming out, how long can the KenSa undercover stay on the tower? Not long enough before going down. And 2 players go down. Persistence does have a Stingray they can use to help protect another push, but they need the players to get back into the middle of the map, and they do not do that, as the Stingray is the last player alive. This game's going to go to the Penguins, and they will take the set. However, we still have one more game to play in this best of 3. Persistence so close to getting the lead there. So close. And with the Boreal on the tower, just didn't have enough firepower to win the 1v1 and couldn't survive long enough. As you see the KA heavily in the favor of the Penguins, even though the game was very close.
And I think I did bring up that that second checkpoint seems to be the hardest. That's where you really need a lot of teamwork to get through that. And I think a lot of the times the Kunder, they were on tower, they were able to take it. It pushed too much for them. So definitely still a good match. There's a lot of picks. I would say double Splatling seems to be really, really good on this map. Definitely with Addicted Penguins doing a good job with the Heavy and the Nautilus combo. But now we will be moving on to Sturgeon Shipyard, Rainmaker. Alright, so I know, Popman, you're not a fan of Rainmaker, but what do you think about this map specifically?
I'm not a fan of Rainmaker, and I'm not a fan of Shipyard Rainmaker. The key to this map is, can you make that jump on the left side of the map to push through over by the snipe area? I believe the Spools is the official call out of that area. But it's very difficult to get one push going in this map at all. So really, I think this will come down to which team can get that first big lead and use their Stingrays to just hold on for the end of the game. This is one of the maps where you can get wiped and still be somewhat okay, because it does take a long time, no matter which route you take, to get to the pedestal, and you have to be very good with your jumps. Sometimes I don't make that jump.
I mean, it is a very large map, so you know, just because you do get wiped doesn't mean it's over. And I would say map control is very important. Like you said, it's kind of difficult making certain jumps, and if there's just like one little speck of ink, that can ruin your momentum, and it can make it so you don't make that jump.
So here we go. Game 3 between these two, the top 2 teams in Group A, I believe we are in, the Swiss team. Persistence coming out with an in-zap and a double backliner comp coming out for the side of the Penguins with a vanilla Splat charger and that's a vanilla ballpoint. Okay, so they go with Inkjet and Toxic Mist to help slow down the Rainmaker. I like that pick, honestly. Especially on a map like this where you can get up top on the snipe areas and you can just kind of control mid from there, as you see both chargers are attempting to do right now.
It looks like Addicted Penguins opted to go here for all of them to push here on the right side. Now, I didn't give both teams any clear advantage right now, but 2 people do go down here on the side of Persistence.
And he makes the jump there. So here we go with here's the one push they needed, and even though it does get denied, they do get 29 points. That is a lot of points on this map. However, with 4 minutes left to go, obviously it's still anybody's game at this point, but if you're the Penguins, you got to be pretty satisfied with that score.
I mean, because this is such a large map, it is kind of difficult to KO here in Rainmaker. I would say this is one more of the fair Rainmaker maps. There is a lot of options for you to push in, a lot of different Rainmaker routes. So I would say 29 it's a pretty comfortable score. Now again, it's not over until they knock it out. So here on the side of a Persistence, they do have plenty of time. Now Joker here with the Ray ready, looks like they hold it, and actually a member of Persistence also has a Ray at the ready. Currently, most of the map control is here with the Addicted Penguins. Here the ballpoint trying to get that pick here on the sniper, or at least keep holding them back.
Yeah, even though ballpoint, what frustrates people so much about ballpoint during the last, before the most recent patch, is that you could pretty much play it however you wanted. You saw the ballpoint being very aggressive with it, especially with the vanilla one that has a kit like it does with Toxic Mist and Inkjet. So that's why they're able to run that ballpoint with the charger. Because they know they can be a little bit more aggressive than what you would traditionally see a backliner weapon to be. As we approach the halfway point now, the lead still heavily in the favor of the Penguins, 29 to 76, as Persistence looks to get a push going here. It looks like they're trying to take that same route we were talking about, and they are able to make the jump there. So if they can find a way, even though the Rainmaker gets stopped there, if they can find a way to get a couple of picks and keep players up there, they could keep this push going and try to make it an extended push that lasts for several seconds. And they do have the players alive to do so. However, with the spectator cam where it is, it's hard to see what kind of action is going on by the actual Rainmaker, which looks like it's about to reset, and ultimately does. So with 2 minutes left to go, the Rainmaker once again returns to the middle of the map.
Alright, and for this map, it can be pretty difficult to get a really good push going. Now, looks like what they'll need to take advantage of is maybe catching the team out of position. And that tends to happen a lot, especially where you're on the left. A lot of people tend to drop. Right now, they are fighting here on the right side, which typically is the longer Rainmaker path, but still an option if they're able to catch Addicted Penguins off guard.
Yeah, and 2 players go down here for Persistence, as well as another one. As we approach about 1 minute remaining to go in this match. Once again, that one push that the Penguins had could be enough to prove to be a victory for them. And they got it can be annoying with Rainmaker that they got that one push off in like the first 30 seconds. However, they're doing a good job of playing defense. They're getting the picks they need. They're not dying. As you look at the KAs for Persistence, nobody's above 5 at this current point. So the Penguins doing a good job of controlling everything for these 4 minutes. They're playing great defense.
And I would say with Addicted Penguins right now, I've seen more that even just the very beginning of the match, they've been pairing up a lot. And sometimes a 2v1 advantages really help in your favor, especially here with the Junior and the K-Shot sticking together a lot. Now, Persistence does have the Rainmaker. They have 16 seconds left to get some sort of lead. Now, the K-Pro and the Brush do go down. All that's left here is for Addicted Penguins to use the GG Ray.
And you did see a counter Ray trying to come out for the side of Persistence, and a little bit of a Stingray fight there in 2020. But the Stingray was able to get the one pick they needed. So game 3 will go to the Penguins. They will win the set 3-0. However, Persistence will drop to 3-1, but are still obviously in good control if they take care of their business these next 2 sets to make top cut, and will and have the potential to see each other again. So with that, we are going to take another short break, and we will be back with round 5. You are watching the Low Ink Tournament. We are back with round 5. I know you guys missed us, but don't worry. We would never leave you guys for too long. We are bringing you Inkling Technology at Purdue, which is a team that is based off of Purdue University versus, I believe this is called Iride, is how that is pronounced. We asked the team for clarification if it was Iride, but they said it was a ride, but they weren't sure what the letter was in English. So until further notice, we're going to call them Iride because that's what they typed out for us.
All right, so apologies if we do butcher this name. We tried. But definitely, if anyone in chat knows, let us, and we'll do our best. All right, so these two teams, I would say Inkling Technology at Purdue, definitely one of the well-known teams because they're, I would say, one of the two university teams that we have here for Splatoon.
Yeah, it's nice to see. I'm not totally familiar with their affiliation with Purdue, if the university itself actually sponsors them, but it's still nice to see a college-based team getting into Splatoon. Like you said, there's not many, if two at all, that are doing something like this. So, shout-outs to Purdue for whatever they're doing. And it looks like Iride. Or is that like Air Ride? Should we just call this guy Team... Should we just call him Team Ride? Team Ride for now? Ride. Anyways, we're doing Clam Blitz at Port Mackerel, a map where if you get wiped, it takes a country mile to get back into the action.
Well, I don't know, Pokken. I wouldn't say that. I would say if you get wiped, you better pray because if you get wiped there, you're gonna get scored on really quickly, and it's very difficult to come back.
Yes.
I would say beacons though. Beacons can be a very good pick here, and it looks like we do have a tent here, a brush, T-Tech, and charger on the side of Iride, and looks like we got a more traditional comp here coming from Purdue. So we got the KenSa, we got the Ink Armor Junior, K-Pro, and the Heavy with Ray, which will be very helpful.
I believe Purdue is the team with the tent and the brush. Yes, they are. So Iride is the more traditional one. Traditional or not, we see Purdue looking to get their first push in with Baller coming from one side and Tent coming from another. A very nice pincer technique as they try... Oh, and Bubbles to follow that up as well. As they try to get their opening push in. They are popping it, and you see the brush there getting some clams in. So they're already under 60 points, and they look to get a little bit more as Iride is looking to get some get these flies out of their kitchen, so to speak.
All right, and it looks like that tent just doing such a good job maintaining, in a way, basically being what I call an annoyance. But definitely taking all the aggro on them. Now it looks like they are going to take it here to 26 before the basket close, which is a very strong push. But again, this is port. This is where you can get wiped one time, and as soon as that happens, you can lose lead very quickly.
Yes, absolutely. I do like the Stingray coming out for both sides here. That can be a very good initiation special, as well as used for defense on this long map. You can also kind of use it to force players to move to a certain direction as you see the missiles coming out, but no Stingray for the side of Iride to combine with those missiles.
Alright, looks like here is trying their best at least to maintain some map control, not get killed by that Ray. Now it looks like on the side of Purdue, they do have a special ready here with the tent, which are those bubbles. But they are holding it just to possibly use it for a push. Now it looks like they do get a pick here on the brush, but they do go down. And right now it's Purdue that has the majority of the control near Iride's basket. Right now they are sitting here at about 10 clams. They don't quite have that super yet, so they do need to hurry a little bit before they respawn.
Yes, as we approach about 2 minutes left to go here, you see Inkling technology at Purdue trying to get another push going off here, is able to pop their basket, but with 3 players going down, and I believe the T-Tech just responded, they will accomplish nothing but to give Iride another Mercy Clam to work with, and with a Stingray to go, it looks like Iride is in a possible situation here where they could create a push and have enough clams to maybe not take the lead, but at least take a big dent out of the deficit that they find themselves in. As we see that Stingray coming out, however, the T-Tech going down as Purdue is able to shut down what could be another push here. A nice flank by the brush by Purdue. Ducky Kids able to get a kill on the brush. But not before the heavy does go down. And the clan economy, which was heavily in the favor of Iride, has now shifted back to Purdue, who once again breaks through the barrier. And if the brush is able to get a pick here, is not. So once again, another empty push for Purdue. But, oh, as you saw there, Iride didn't pick up the Mercy Clam, so they won't get a second one out of that.
Alright, and YD Kids here just holding this left lane. They do have the Booyah. The missiles are coming in to go down on the side of Purdue, and it looks like this will be the first score here for Iride. Now, they still looks like they scored a second Super Clam, and they have additional clams. They could get this. They could get this back. They just need to maintain this control. They do not have any clams at the moment. Only one. Oh, they just made a super, but it was a little bit too late. Now, with 20 seconds, it is possible they may be able to get a second push, and it will be a bit difficult, especially with Purdue. They are on full defense mode right now.
And yes, with even though they weren't able to get that power clam in, the fact that they have it will force this overtime to happen. And I believe that is the Mercy Clam they picked up to work with. So even if they pop it, they still got about 7 more penalty points they'll have to eat through. As Stingrays are coming out, the Inkjet using here to defend, able to get an assist on the ball carrier, and a nice pick there by Mizzou to shut down what could have been their last chance to score. That ball will disappear, and with it, will the hopes of Iride winning that match, as game 1 will go to Purdue.
All right, and definitely what started as a very good start here for Purdue. Kudos to Iride, at least getting that very good push in, almost giving them, I would say, making them sweat a little bit. They definitely have to go full on defense towards the end, but definitely, like with Purdue, I would say that Tent just did so well with the brush and the bubble combo. So very strong comp for clams.
Yeah, and even though Purdue really only had one giant push there, but they were still able to slip past the defenses of Iride and keep the pressure in their base. They did pop 2 more times and didn't get any points out of it, but they at least kept pressure off of their basket and on the Iride side of the map. So now we move on to an absolutely ugly Splat Zones map here at Black Belly. Honestly, if you play X-Splosh, it's kind of fun, in my opinion, but I don't know if we'll see that coming out from either side.
And I would say for one spot gun. I'm just kidding. I do. This map, I personally don't like it very much, even though I used to love this in Splatoon 1. But I think most competitive players, what they dislike about this map, it's very close quarters. It is a double zone map, so double zone maps take a lot more coordination, and on top of that, it's a circular map, so a lot of flanks, a lot of stuff going on. You can go, you can wipe 3 people and then get flanked and get counter wiped, so it's a lot to take in. But I think it would be a good match to see what happens. I'm not sure they're going to bring back the Tent. Tent is something that you don't normally see on this map, but I feel like it could do well, especially with the bubbles. And like you said, X-Splosh, I think, is something that they may use.
Well, both teams have readied up, so we will see very quickly what kind of weapons they will be bringing out. Purdue won the first games, and we do see an X-Splosh coming out for the side of Purdue. Are they listening in on the stream? What's going on here? And a Tri-Slosher coming out for both teams. The Armor one coming out for Purdue, the Rain one coming out for Iride.
And I would say Brush and Try are very good for this map just because they can get through it quickly. And Try has become a very good favorite on this map, especially with the recent buff. Is almost entirely, it feels like a new weapon. It's just so good right now. So very nice to see that. With all these ledges, it's a pretty good weapon choice for zones. Now, looks like Purdue, they do have the zone. There are a few people they're fighting off here mid, but they do go down. Aster here is just watching that left zone, putting down ink mines. They do go down. Very nice pick from Red, and they do have a Booyah ready, which they will use here.
Yeah, if you're Iride, the one thing you don't want to do is let the X-Splosh get comfortable up on that tower. As you see, they were trying to use the Booyah to knock them off there, but Purdue doing a good job of keeping the pressure away from the X-Splosh, trying to keep the fight up in front of the zones. But Red able to get yet another good pick on a player that was pushing up, but can they capitalize off of that? Is Red trying to get yet a second pick, but if they don't get this pick quickly, as two players do go down, this could be a very quick KO for Purdue, and with basically a wipe, Purdue takes control and wins 2-0 in this play all three. So a very nice win for Purdue there.
Very nice. Now, if you notice what Purdue ended up doing here, they not only maintained zone, but they didn't fully push up into the enemy base. They didn't overextend, and I think that's what helped them. They actually, in the way, cut that line of what we call the enemy T, and pretty much anyone that was right there that wasn't the back line, they got wiped. So very good play from Purdue.
Yeah, if you're Iride, you just couldn't find a way to get comfortable there. But we still have one more game to go in this play all three. It's going to be Triggerfish at Rainmaker. I think we might see the tent come back out here for Purdue. But I think we'll definitely see some Stingrays coming out from both teams on this map and mode in particular, for sure.
And do you know what's the best way to counter a tent?
Run away from it.
That and Stingray 'em. So I have a feeling we probably will see a Stingray or two. Especially with Tent being such a strong weapon in Triggerfish. I know I see it more in zones, but Rainmaker, it's especially if you're trying to push, if you push both through the front or through what we call like the backside or bridge, it could be pretty strong. As long as they stick next to the Rainmaker, it definitely takes a little bit of coordination and teamwork. But it is a high possibility we'll be seeing that Tent come back.
Purdue readied up pretty quickly until one player decided to change something here. I guess it is kind of worth noting this is round 5 of 6. Last tournament there were 7 rounds, but things tended to drag on just a bit. So after this next round, we will be moving on to top cut. But for now, we are moving on to Rainmaker at Triggerfish as the teams have finally readied up.
Alright, so it looks like, I believe we see a Sploosh 7 here on the side of Purdue. Now, this is one of the maps where the pop is not entirely super important. It does give you a little bit of an early advantage, but not as much as in smaller maps. Of course, we do see that Tent come back, but they do go down. So it's a 3v3 situation right now in mid. No one has picked up the Rainmaker. A lot of bottom pressure going on.
Yes, it's a very careful fight for mid right now, as you see Iride taking control of the Rainmaker and taking it the safe route to the left, away from all the pressure that was going on in the mid. So, but you see both Stingrays are going to be coming out from both teams, or at least from Purdue's coming out first, but the Hammer able to get the kill, and that's actually going to be a wipe on the side of Iride, as the Hammer is pushing all the way up to the enemy spawn. Doesn't quite get the cheesy kill with the Hammer toss there, but still in control of mid. And if you're Purdue, you're probably thinking about going... Oh, you're going left. Okay. I guess it just kind of dawned on me. They have a double Hammer comp as well.
And I would say that they're coordinating that double hammer very well. Now Sploosh gets it very easily. That Sploosh earlier did go down when Iride was pushing, but with the coordination, intense. And actually, that is a strat. I don't know if anyone has seen Kiver's strat where you actually keep on pressing that button and it actually can speed it up a little bit. But there is the KO here on the side of Purdue. So congrats to them. They did take the set 3-0. But that's another little tip there. If you ever follow Kiver's stream or his Twitter, you can somewhat speed up the Rainmaker that way by just holding VR slightly.
I wonder if our old pal Magic taught him that trick over there. That seemed like that was a pretty advanced trick, and it's nice to see in the lower level tournament such as this one. So very impressive, Purdue. And for Iride, there's still one more round left to play. I don't know if either one of these teams are a threat to make top cut, but still some more experience to be gained by both teams there. We're going to take a short break and come back to you with round 6, the final round of Switch. You are watching the Low Ink tournament. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. And a special shout out to apparently our Lord and Savior KOC, whatever that is. We are in round 6 of the Low Ink Swiss bracket, and we have a spicy matchup for you guys. Boreal Pheonix versus Awake. Both of these teams are on the borderline of making top cuts in their respective group, Swiss group. So a win for either one of these teams could be huge. Now, that doesn't guarantee they're going to make top cut, tiebreaker rules, yada, yada, yada. But should be an interesting matchup nonetheless. Our first game here is going to be Splat Zones at Art Academy. This is a community favorite map and mode, is it not?
Oh.
Hi.
Yes. This is in fact my favorite map and mode, actually. I would say for a lot of people, I'm not sure about, I can't speak for everybody, but this map and mode, I mean, it's one of the oldest maps in Splatoon 2. One of my favorites. I feel it can be played very aggressively, so there's a lot of... I guess there's just a lot that can go on. It's very entertaining.
Yes, and just to give you guys some context here, I believe both of these teams are 3-2 right now. Yes, Boreal Pheonix is the 9th seed in Group B, and Awake is the 10th seed. And again, the top 8 seeds from each group move on to the next round. So, obviously, this game has a lot riding on the line for both of these teams. All 3 games do, because if it comes down to a tiebreaker, the amount of games that you actually win, as well as your opponent's win percentage, do play a lot in tiebreaker. So, should be an exciting matchup, unless it's not.
And we actually have a lot of teams currently that have, because we are in round 6, so we have a lot of teams that have 3 wins, 2 losses, which I believe this team is around there. So every match counts. Now looks like we do see a foil squeezer coming out here on the side of Boreal Pheonix. It was a very big favorite early on. Now Bubbles did receive a little bit of a nerf recently, but squeezer is still heavily played, so we'll see how they do here.
Yes, my team specifically has played Boreal Pheonix several times. Including the time when we won Low Ink, we had to go through Boreal Pheonix twice. So, seeing the foil squeezer, actually this whole comp they're using right here, this is a very Boreal Pheonix classic trademark comp here. Something they're definitely very comfortable with. For Awake, however, not much. They do come out with a double Booyah Bomb as well as a Bomb Rush comp. So they will have a lot of different tech tools they can use to get control of zone if they need to. But you see Dooley here popping off with the Inkjet, able to get several picks, which will give control back to Boreal Pheonix.
Very nice director from Dooley. Now, right now, it looks like they are getting set up. Now, the thing about this map is sometimes it's very okay to push up. You actually want to push up into their plat. And very nice clean snipe here coming from Oofs. Now, they do use that Booyah here on top mid, but unfortunately, it doesn't really do cap any of zone. They do take down the heavy. Really nice pick here from Dooley. Now, all that's left is that K-Pro here, who just popped that Booyah. But Boreal Pheonix just doing a fabulous job maintaining zone and keeping up those picks. But it looks like Awake. It looks like they're trying to awaken here from their sleep. They do have some specials, but unfortunately, it just doesn't recap it, especially Oos here getting that nice pick. They are 3 down on the side of Awake.
Yeah, and even more impressive for Boreal Pheonix. I don't think they've lost a single player since recapping the zone. As I say, Amar goes down with foil squeezer, but it's not enough for Awake to take control of the zone. Boreal Pheonix feeling the pressure, knowing they need to make top cut, playing their best game at the right time here as they go up 1-0 over Awake. As you look at the KAs here, not a lot of action going on the side of Awake for this first round. This Boreal Pheonix able to hold down the fort. Now you see that A- from Amar. It's not a smurfing. Well, I mean that's that's not a smurfing player. Amar has been on Boreal Pheonix for a long time, so that's not. Maybe his original account just got banned or something. I don't know. But we're gonna move on to goodness, tower control at Moray Towers. Is this the worst Stingray map in the entire game? I think it is. It's got to be.
Well, I would say with Stingray, a lot of people. I mean, it is TC, so Stingray can play a very good role here, at least stopping tower. But I mean, there's just so many angles that the way this map is laid out, it's not the best unless you're very good at Stingray. So I have a feeling we may see a Stingray. We may or may not. But I think a lot of people are just more concerned with just Moray. It's just very difficult to push. You actually do have to play a little bit aggressive. If you can take over the team sniper or overlook, it usually gives you such a good advantage. What I'm hoping to see is maybe if we see a few blasters, hoping to see a Clash blaster coming out. Believe it or not, it's super great here. I have a feeling it's super great, but
I can guarantee you won't see one from BP as they come out with their. It's the screen. Okay, yeah, they pretty much got the same comp except a Stingray Charger instead of the Firefin, and a little bit more of a traditional comp coming out from the side of Awake here. As we see the opening armor coming out for Boreal Pheonix, as they're able to get a couple of picks. So an early push is going to be coming out as you see KimCat trying to stay on tower there. As they approach this first checkpoint, I'm pretty sure this is the longest checkpoint in the entire game. I think Hotel had the longest one until they broke it up into 2 checkpoints later. So getting past this checkpoint can be the difference between winning and losing. And Boreal Pheonix threatening to do that within the first minute, and they managed to pull it off.
Definitely one of the tougher checkpoints. Sometimes when I play this map myself, I feel like the tower never even moves for 10 seconds. So, you don't even see that timer going down, but it does indeed go down. Now, Jay here getting a really good pick here on their snipe. Now, they do have to fight 2 people, and they do go down. So very good teamwork here on the side of Boreal Pheonix. Right now, an insane double there. Gonna open them a very good push here.
Yes, with the Booyah Bomb exploding at their back, Dooley able to get a key double that will stall any kind of attempt at a push, and in fact bring the tower back to back into control of Boreal Pheonix, who is looking to advance to the second checkpoint. As you see Dooley popping the inkjet there before finally going down to the side of Awake, who's looking to once again flank up into the snipe. They obviously want to try to get control of the snipe here so that they can get their push going. However, the bombs just a little too much from KimCat.
In Boreal Pheonix play, I have a feeling that they are very comfortable with their comp deck. Like you said before, this is almost the same exact comp that they were running on the last match. And for them, it's if it's not broken, don't fix it. So very strong here. It looks like the rate is coming out and the bubbles, but right now it's just a 3v3 situation. The bubbles are not dead yet, but there goes the squeezer. So Jay getting some very good key picks to stop that push.
Yes, nice work by Jay there to avoid the bubbles and able to get the pick. As we approach the halfway point here, Awake needs to find a way to at least get some sort of push going, as they do finally get on the board, but with 2 players going down, might not even make it to the first checkpoint before Boreal Pheonix swarms them and pushes them off, using missiles on the side of Awake as well, as Dooley trying to get some players who are trying to jump back into the map. Once again, this map, kind of like Port Mackerel in the last round, if you get wiped and you don't have beacons, it can take a long time to get back into the action here. So you want to, if you're Boreal Pheonix, as you're trying to make a push here, you want to keep the other Awake from getting back into the action, getting picks as they're coming back in, and that's exactly what they're doing here.
You actually bring like a really good point. Now, if you don't have beacons, the other way really is to rely on your backline. Make sure that they don't die, that they give you good positions, good jumps. And I feel like that's really the humongous difference here with Boreal Pheonix. Their sniper has been able to stay alive the majority of this game. A lot of them have been able to come back and jump to the sniper. And right now they're just fighting for that KO, and it's a KO here. So that will be, game 2 will be going again to Boreal Pheonix.
And now we do have an interesting scenario coming up here. So Boreal Pheonix has won this set, all but eliminating Awake from making top cut. However, with tiebreaker rules, and I have no idea how this is actually going to come down, but Awake still has an opportunity to play spoiler here by taking it one game off of Boreal Pheonix. That alone might be enough to keep BP out of top cut. So if you're Awake, there's still a chance for you to get revenge here, and you're going to have to do it on Rainmaker at Arowana Mall.
All right, and whenever Tios is telling us don't make fun of these maps, but you almost just can't. I mean, I love your first place, but Arowana, please, no. I mean, I actually, Arowana used to be one of my favorite maps as well in Splatoon 1, but you know, that was sniper meta. Right now, snipers aren't as meta as they were before, and it can be, well, at least it's Rainmaker, I would say that, but it can be a very tough map. I know a lot of people, me personally, don't like playing this map. That's why we're probably not good at it, because I rarely play it. But it's definitely, we'll see. There's a lot of strats that can come into this map. What do you think, Popkin?
I think a big key here is controlling the left and right side of the map. Maybe more so the right side, the bridge areas, so that you can control mid from the left and right area. It's really difficult to get any kind of push going when rain is just falling down upon you from both sides of the map, since it's basically in a giant valley down below there. You mentioned Charger. We have seen oofs from Boreal Pheonix bust out Charger. We haven't seen, I think, nothing aside from heavy splatlings coming out from the side of Awake. So unless they do something with ballpoint, they might not have the range that is almost required to be successful on this map. But again, with Rainmaker, all it takes is one wipe to get the lead that you need.
And this isn't exactly a map where you could just, you know, what I call going willy-nilly into court and just pass. If you have a good backline or just very good players to have good awareness, it's hard to sneak up on them. And I think an important key is on that right side, is just having control there.
Well, speaking of having control of the map, Awake a lot opting to not use a backliner at all. In fact, the longest ranged weapon, that's hard to say, is the K Pro. So a very, very aggressive comp coming out here for Awake. And you know what? I kind of like it. You've lost the first two games very quickly to a KO. Why not reach into your bag of tricks and try something that you probably haven't tried before, just to get just to throw Boreal Pheonix off guard? And they're able to get 3 picks here, and this could be a huge push. But however, oofs with the Charger getting the key pick there to slow down the push, but it's not over yet. They immediately pop the Rainmaker once again and are pushing forward. The Stingray coming out for Boreal Pheonix, able to stop it again. And with 2 players down, you got to think Boreal Pheonix can able to find a way to end this push, and they do. But not a bad opening push for Awake, especially with this aggressive comp they're showing here.
Very good push here by Awake, and like I mentioned before, that right side, as much as a lot of people don't really like to pay attention too much, it is a very key side. Just one sniper was able to live and slow down that push. So hopefully we see Awake look into that side more, maybe go for some flanks. This is definitely a tough map to do that on, because it is somewhat open, and it's really hard to be sneaky. But it's still very possible. There is about more than half of the match left.
Yes, and you see as a very nice shot from the spectator cam there to show us the entire map. Map control is pretty even within both teams, so if you are, and 3 players immediately going down for the side of Boreal Pheonix. However, you see oofs here. Oofs constantly being the last player staying alive and constantly find ways to get those key picks that are honestly kind of saving Boreal Pheonix from being in a pretty tough spot here. And it's going to be difficult for Awake to find a way to get a pick on Oos here, especially with the lack of range that they have. They'll have to find a way to use their specials together. Oh, but it's going to be hard when Oos takes down their longest range weapon.
All right, but also I would say with the Wake, their very mobile comp is doing pretty good. I have seen a lot of flanks coming here from the K-Shot. So they're definitely playing around with the movement that they have. They may not be able to take down the sniper, but they can take down the rest of the team.
Exactly.
So it's working very well for them. Now, it looks like there are some specials at the ready here for the side of Boreal Pheonix. They may be able to get a push going. The Rainmaker does reset, so they do need to act quickly and get some picks.
You see the Inkjet immediately popping off and getting a nice pick there on Awake, with one player down for Awake. Now, how are they going to have to find a way to stop this push? They able to get a pick there on the right side. I couldn't see who specifically got the pick. And another player goes down for Boreal Pheonix, as well as the Charger. So you see two players alive for Boreal Pheonix. However, Dooley is the only one in the action right now. So this is yet another stop, a key stop from Awake, who has only gotten one solid push off at the beginning of the game, but with a minute 30 left to go, you got to be feeling pretty comfortable here that your comp is finding ways to work. As the Booyah Bomb goes off, trying to find that Charger, at least put pressure on him as Jay's desperately trying, well, decides not to and go for the Inkjet instead. Two players now down for the side of Awake with about a minute 10 left to go. Make that 3 players down as the Stingray's coming out for Boreal Pheonix as they're trying to pop the Rainmaker there. They probably won't have a special to push with now that they're using the Stingray a little bit early. But as we approach, we now have less than a minute left to go. Boreal Pheonix needs to get basically past that first hump, I believe, to get control of lead here. And it looks like Awake is trying to maybe send a flank or two. Is able to get a pick on the foil squeezer. So there might be an opportunity for them to stop this push yet again.
Very huge pick. And it looks like Awake, they already know they don't have to go too aggro. They do want to see those specials in case they themselves get special outs. But there are 2 down here on the side of Boreal Pheonix, just the Squeezer and the Charger. The Charger does have special ready, and unfortunately that is a trade, so they do lose their bubble. Now all that's left is that Stinger with 10 seconds left. Oos is pretty much the only one alive right now until they get their
They're gonna have
back.
to pick it up. They are get it. Oh, but he ran instantly into a tendon missile. I don't think he saw it. So there you go. Boreal Pheonix wins the set. However, Awake able to pull out a comp, a rather unorthodox comp, and it worked to their advantage. So kudos to them. That's honestly kind of nice to see a team that can look and say, okay, what we've been doing just isn't working. Let's see if we can pull off something different, and it worked out. They do lose the set, or yes, they do lose the set, but and it'll have to come down to tiebreakers, but losing that one game could be the difference between Boreal Pheonix making top cut and not making top cut. Or I could be completely wrong. I don't know. I haven't looked at the updating standings. So either way, that is the end of the Swiss stage, at least as far as we are concerned. Froggy, or Little Pet Frog, will be on the mic along with a mystery guest commentator who will be determined soon. But for now, you have been watching the Low Ink tournament. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but I am Popgun, and I'm with Froggy. You
Heyo,
are
guys.
watching Low Ink. Top Cut, baby. This is the stream for the month of maybe. It doesn't really work, but this is the best I could
Close
come up
enough.
with.
I like it. Well, welcome to Low Ink, everybody.
So this is the first time we're doing the new format of 2 Swiss groups. So the top 8 teams from each group made it into the top 16 Top Cut. The one difference here is that each team in round 1 will play a team from the opposite group. So every match in round 1 will be against new opponents for each team. And we're going to be bringing you guys Splat or Swim versus Squid Knights.
2 wonderful teams. I've definitely played versus both of them personally, and I'm very excited to see this match because they're very close in skill level. This is the 7th seed versus the 10th seed, by the way. Seeding doesn't really matter, but in this case it does.
Yes. So the seeding is kind of slightly weird because these 2 teams didn't play the same teams at all. So the seeding just kind of goes for what they did against the teams they've only played against. So this is so we could potentially see a couple of upsets as far as seeding goes in the Top Cut, which would make things more interesting in the first round.
Definitely.
This first match here is going to be at Clam Blitz at Piranha Pit, and we already have a DC.
Boy.
Froggy, you are the host for this tournament. Why don't you give us a rundown on DC rules?
I'm gonna say just KO, and then we can just have them reconnect because it's not been objective has not passed. It's like the point marker, nor has it been 2 minutes.
But this does count as a DC for them. So if they do DC in the actual match coming on later. Do they have to use the same weapons that they're about to show right here?
I would assume they would. Yes.
I would hope. I would hope not, because they're. Oh wait, no, they do have a. I thought they had like a double dynamo comp, but no, let's crack on and the player who DC'd might not have actually picked the weapon they wanted to use.
Yeah, that's the only difference. Is when you do DC, it goes to the last weapon you used, I believe. So I don't know if it would actually show the correct weapon. I'm a little surprised to see that the one team is not actually helping pass clams, and they actually have 2 DCs. No, it's just not.
No, a player just fell off the map, probably on accident. I'm assuming. Splatter Swim looking to get a quick KO in the first minute here. They're just 12 points away. They're looking for 2 more clams. They're trying to come in there. Will they get it before time runs
they're
out?
So close.
They do.
1, 2, 3, 4, knockout.
All right. So we're gonna redo that one, obviously.
Yeah, it's kind of necessary at this point.
And honestly, if this is the comp that Splatter Swim wants to go with, that is a very interesting comp. It's just a very. I'm assuming that's not the actual.
I'm assuming that was just them
go
selecting at the time just to get the match started. So at that point, I think that's fine. But yeah.
Yeah, not showing their hand, so to speak, of what they are going to be doing.
Did we lose one again? We'll start
somebody came back in and just left. So Squid Knights might be having a technical issue.
Oh boy.
Which is fine. They got a huge roster, so maybe they have maybe
they're swapping out a player that won't DC if this does happen again. We will find out in a second here. It looks like Okail was I hope I'm saying that right. Okail was the one who DC'd, if I remember correctly, so we will see if they swap out their player.
While we're waiting for that to happen, we'll give you a quick rundown of the rest of the bracket. The number 1 seed is Stargaze, and they'll be taking on Boreal Pheonix. Those 2 teams are actually in the same Ludi group. I don't know if they've played yet or not, but that'll be an interesting matchup. The 8 seed, Leggett is playing the number 9 seed Persistence. Number 4 Nova taking on number 13 Primera. Number 5 Addicted Penguins taking on number 12 Revitalize. Number 2 West Broadway Grillers taking on number 15 Jellyfish Blues. Oh, it's a beautiful name. Number 3, Last Chance, taking on number 14, Day Old Sushi. It's got to be getting close to their nap time, so we'll see how Day Old Sushi handles this. And number 6, Stealth Matrix Assassins. That name is way too long, taking on number and Tropics. So a star-studded top cut here. That is a best of 5.
It looks like we might need to remake the lobby here because they are not able to enter, so we'll be doing that.
Awkward.
Yeah, not the ideal.
Let's see.
Yeah. So we're gonna need to remake the lobby here.
As far as standing goes, since we did have 2 groups, there were 2 teams that finished undefeated. I mentioned the West Broadway Grillers were the 2nd seed, but they did finish 6-0 in their bracket. Nova finished number 2nd in that group as well. Squid Knights, the team we're showing you guys, finished number 5 in their group. The team they're playing, Splat or Swim, finished number 4. So this is essentially a 4v5 matchup between these 2 teams as we remake the room to try to get these players back in here.
Yep. I definitely, like I said, I'm very excited to see this match. This is one that I've definitely, like, I could see these teams going back at it multiple times over. So I'm very, like, this could go either way. I definitely feel like Splat or Swim is definitely going to take Clam Blitz on the first one, just from what I've seen from them previously. And I definitely feel like Squid Knights are going to take the second game. But I cannot say anything about the last few. These are my predictions, of course. I could be totally proven wrong. So.
Yeah, I'm not even going to hint at giving predictions because I know it's not going to go well for me. I'm trying to look up. I know there's a team called Surf and Turf, and I don't want to. Okay, Splat or Swim is the team that is in Div 5. They're currently 4-0 in their Ludi group. Mm-hmm. So that is a team that's familiar. Isn't Squid Knights? What? Are they in Div 5?
I think there's multiple Squid Knights. That's where I am I'm not certain about that, but I definitely think there were Synergy
multiple.
Knights. That's another team you might be thinking of. And then there's Squid Knights as
no,
well.
No. Synergy Knights doesn't exist anymore.
They don't anymore?
Right?
Okay.
Pretty sure.
Do they? I don't find out.
I don't know. Teams come and go.
They do.
Like, so often. It's hard to keep track.
No, they did disband. You are correct. They were a France team.
Well, this is Squid Knights. Regardless,
Yes.
This isn't the same team. They just have the same knight name.
Yeah.
When there's like 6 billion Splatoon teams, the word knights is going to get used every now and then. We just got to be happy that the word ink is not being used in any team that's in Cut.
Definitely. A lot of confusing
which is
inks.
kind of a rare occurrence.
Mm-hmm.
So teams are starting. We're not going to. Is there going to be any penalty for this taking so long, or
in a minute or two there might be a penalty for the first match because it's been over 10 minutes, I believe. I do think that they do get the first match. It looks like OKL is in here. Well, no, both teams did end up joining the room, so I do believe there's not going to be a penalty, but they do need to finish quickly. So let's hopefully we can start this sooner than later.
Once again, we're just waiting for one player from Squid Knights to join. I think it's the same player who DC'd earlier.
It is not. OKL is in the lobby, so we're waiting.
OKL was the one who DC'd. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Fair enough. Well, you and me have the password. Do you want to hop in and play for them so we can get this one started? Or?
I kind of do.
You kind of do? Yeah.
Kind of do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh my god.
So the official ruling is Squid Knights has 3 more minutes to get into this room. Otherwise, this first game will go to Splat or Swim. So those of you in the chat, get your timers out and get ready to get them started.
Yeah.
And a player has joined the lobby. Well, that's all it took, didn't it?
There we go. You can get started now. A little threatening from staff never hurts, right?
So once again, we are looking at Clam Blitz Piranha Pit. The funky weapons that we saw got brought out earlier are not the weapons that the teams have to use.
Correct.
So we will see some actual legit comps, unless they were going to go with the Aerospray, K-Shot, Tri-Slosher, Gargle Mess that they had shown earlier.
I mean, you say Tri-Slosher Gargle Mess, and I say aggressive as heck comp, and I'm ready for it, and I want to see it. And it doesn't look like we are starting already.
Aggressive as heck Gargle Mess. So here we go. We're finally getting ready to start Top Cut. Do keep in mind that if Squid Knight DCs at any point from here on out, they just got to keep playing. They don't get any more redos. And that is what I was kind of expecting to see from Splatter Swim. A vanilla Hydra with no apologies that they use on this team. And a double armor comp coming out with the side of an Inzap and a Junior electing to go with the range Tri-Slosher. So they could have used quad ink armor if they wanted to.
Definitely. We do also see that there is the equivalent of a Dynamo that does have armor on the side of Synergy Knights. Or no, Squid Knights, my bad.
Scoped E-Leader. I believe that is the Bubble and Beacon one as well. So a very interesting comp coming out for the side of Squid Knights. Definitely unconventional, but again, with low ink, you'll see a lot of weird stuff that doesn't exactly go with the meta, and more so what teams are more comfortable with. And it's obviously worked for them as they've found a way to get the top cut here. Splatter Swim looking to get their opening push going here before losing 2 players, as you see Dynamo looking to do a flank here for Squid Knights, getting up the wall. I don't know if they have a power clam. They do actually to go with it. However, Dynamo does get down from the splash down from the Hydra.
Definitely, we do see that Hydra using that splash to its fullest ability, and the Dynamo is ready for a flank. That could have been very vital to the push. Baller coming out here going to try to make this happen. They are going to score on the side of Squid Knights, and they're going to push with the bubbles and try to get some map control. They are going to go down though.
Yes, 2 players going down, as well as the Dynamo. Before getting a trade though, this could be the end of the push. There is one clam that could go in. Actually, it looks like that player was stuck at useless sharking, was able to get a pick in before Kanan was able to knock them down. So with 2 players down for the side of Squid Knights, Splatter Swim able to get control of map here, as well as gather up some clams to force the clan economy into their favor.
Yes, we do see that Splatter Swim has a ton of map control, allowing them to force the enemies out of their area as quick as they can, and as well as keep control they have of all the enemies area as well, allowing them to have control of engagements.
Our Squid Knights in a good position here, or were in a good position. They had a lot of clams and the bodies to take another push. However, Splatter Swim able to knock it down with Kanan here on the Junior, trying to get control of mid and get some clams as well. The Junior has already popped armor, but again, they have a double armor comp so that they can combine it with the Inzap. They can find a way to keep this map control going here.
Yep, and we do see Kanan here, again, trying to keep that control. Definitely focused more on supporting its teammates than it is on aggressing, but it is where they need to be. This Junior is doing what they need to do, where they need to do it, and they're making it happen. We do see the push is getting started here. Kanan's going to go behind this Dynamo and try to get the kill. Going to get the kill, and going to push up to basket. Going to go down to the one on small conveyor belt, and the Dynamo is now flanking the Splatter Swim members up by their own basket. Brawler going to get a kill here. Going to push up and grab clams, hopefully to grab more control of this map.
So the lead will stay with the side of Squid Knights as we drop under 2 minutes to go. If Splatter Swim is able to pop the goal with one power clam, it will be enough to tie the score. So they'll just need one more clam to get a lead. So even though you're Squid Knights, you shouldn't be feeling comfortable right now, especially with one of your players down and a lot of clams on the side of Splatter Swim as they're able to get 2 picks as well. Baller going in here, trying to get into a 1v4 situation, gets punished for it, and now here comes a good push, potentially coming from Splatter Swim, that could get the lead if they find a way to get a power clam into the goal, and they do, and there does not go the lead because the jump was a little short, but eventually power clams do get in, and they get it anyways.
Yep, this try here going to go try to extend these engagements. Dynamo's not having it. They're going to give jumps to teammates to get back in. The roller's probably going to put more beacons up so the teammates can even get back in quicker. We do also see that the Dynamo's got this pity claim here. They've taken it a little early because they need to make this push now because they only have 50 seconds left and they need to use these 50 seconds wisely. We do see Tri-Slasher there in mid. Going to be asserting a little pressure on this Dynamo. Dynamo's kind of pushing up here using its bombs to claim area. And the Tri is still once again aggressing it as well as the Junior.
Two players going down though for the side of Squid Knights, and they do have armor ready to go. And with 25 seconds, there's still some time going here, but the teammates keep dropping despite that armor. So if you're Splatter Swim, you're looking to create some more pressure here, especially when you have more clams than the enemy team. Squid Knights just struggling to get the picks they need to get out of their spawn.
Yep. We do see the E-Leader here still gonna try. It does have those bubbles ready, and they're gonna pop them. Not necessarily early, just in time to make this push happen. The splashdown gonna deny the bubbles though, and missiles also gonna be used to pressure. They do have the clam in an area ready to push, but will they have enough time? Let's find out. The jump comes in, they're not close enough to the basket, and they're gonna get slain.
However, they stalled just. Well, no. So that yes, I got a little confused of which team was which there, but yeah. That was That is a win for Splatter Swim. Very high KA coming out from the NZAP, as you're going to see here. And again, it's interesting that they choose to go with the Vanilla Hydra, but it's obviously a comfort pick, and it obviously works for them.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to go with what you trust over what you think is best for the comp. But there's a balance to that. Like, you need to do what is good for your team and good for you. If you can't do anything in the game because you picked a weapon you're not familiar with, you're not going to be able to output what you need to output.
And that splashdown definitely came in handy there to cancel those bubbles that could have done a lot of damage. Possibly could have saved the game there with that splashdown on the bubbles. So Squid Knights had a player leave the lobby. I don't know if they're subbing somebody out or if they're still having internet issues. They do have a big roster. Okay, yeah, somebody looks like they did sub out.
See, now that is what I like to see from a team. A very efficient, quick sub in, sub out. They had a player ready that you could tell they were ready to join the lobby. As soon as they had their fingers on the buttons. That is what we expect to see here in low ink.
But why didn't they do that 10 minutes ago? That's the question.
That is a good question. Oh, well,
and another
left?
does that count as a... Okay, so obviously the stream can't see what's going on because you guys see the overlay, but we can see the actual lobby. Are they trying to sub somebody out, or was that like a DC? They were shifting a lot of players around there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm asking right now.
Well, while you deal with that, the next match is Splat Zones at Hotel. So I think we might see a Hydra come back out here. Actually, we probably will see a Hydra come back out here. This is a map where range is king, and it used to be a requirement that you brought ballpoint to this map and mode.
It does seem that was actually a disconnect. It was not a sub. So that would be the second game. So that's I believe that is a. That's interesting. So what's happening, it seems, is that the players are joining the lobby, and then they're getting kicked almost immediately for whatever reason.
Could we switch hosts earlier?
I don't know what the plan is here. Maybe we have one of them host. I feel like. Let me grab some input here. Just ready up. Let's have them knock out, I guess.
Yes. Yeah. Regardless, let's either that or just leave the room and
remake the room. Just disconnect the room. It'll be quicker.
Yeah, that'd be quicker. Just have because they're gonna have to rejoin anyways.
Maybe the plan. I think we'll be right back for a little bit. We might need a minute to sort this out.
All right, so we are going to switch hosts. We are going to play the second game. However, from this point out, if there is a DC from Squid Knights, they will just be out of luck, and we'll have to just play on out. The DC occurred at an awkward time right as this lobby host hit OK on the room, and that's when the player left. So there's a little bit of confusion on if they were subbing out or DCing. However, with the time ticking away as it is, so we're not going to spend 22 minutes just getting one game in. At this point on, it's either you play the game, or if you DC, you're just out of luck.
Yes, so the other part I do want to mention real quick, sorry, is because we're running out of time for this set, and I do believe the set ends at the 40-minute marker of the hour, correct? And so they only have time for 4 more games at most if they knock out any of them. So hopefully the zones game goes quick so they can get in, and let's get them started.
So the room is up. And so far, we've made it to the weapon select stream with 8 players still in the lobby. We are making some progress here. So once again, we are at Hotel Splat Zone. Splatter Swim is up 1-0 after winning a close Clan Blitz game at the pit. And both teams are readying up rather quickly, which we'd like to see. Once again, but there was a sub on the side of Squid Knight, so they do have some different. They do have a different roster. I'm not quite sure what they're going to be bringing out as far as comp-wise go. The person named Dynamo was coincidentally using Dynamo in last game, so not sure if they'll be using it here.
Correct. All right, we do see that Vanilla Hydra coming back out here, and we also see a K-Pro on the side of SOS.
Send a ballpoint coming out for Squid Knights as they booyah. They're excited to get this game going, as are we. The camera is switching over to Nico now with the the Vanilla Junior popping armor immediately as the ballpoint goes down for the side of Squid Knights, as well as the K-Pro. So Zone initially going into controller Splatter Swim, who's ready to get this game started.
We do see...
I'm sorry, quick note, that is actually the custom Hydra. So they do want to keep that double armor comp going here. Dropping the N-Zap for the that would be the K-Pro instead of the N-Zap because they still have the Tri-Slosher.
Correct. I do want to make note that this is the new Evo ballpoint. So this does have the Rain instead of the Inkjet, which is not necessarily a bad choice, but I do think it's a little interesting because we do see that they want to be a little less aggressive and more kind of controlled over the area and be able to push back in. Inkjet's good, but Inkjet's kind of, you get that Hydra into not the Hydra, the ballpoint into a bad position, and you can't really get back in as easily all the time.
3 players immediately going down for the side of Squid Knights as Splatter Swim looking to stall the zone before they lose lead. Players coming back in, desperately jumping to those beacons that the ballpoint was putting down, as you said, but the control is going to go to Splatter Swim, who does have armor ready, and you see the splat bombs coming from the Junior, forcing Squid Knights back. And it looks like all the players for Squid Knights are stuck on the opposite side of the zone, so it's very difficult for them to get pushing forward. But with the Booyah Bomb, a counter Booyah Bomb, so it looked like Squid Knights was able to get control of the zone there, but they do not. Instead, it stays with Splatter Swim, at least for now, who loses 2 players.
They are going to trade there. We do see that this Dynamo is going to get that pick that's very necessary, and they're going to be able to control this zone for a little bit longer, hopefully get this lead off this push. Dynamo's going to go here, try to get rid of that Hydra, and it does. Very important, crucial kill here. Try going to engage this Dynamo as well. Dynamo's going to get the kill and going to pop that Booyah and probably going to throw it towards that where that Hydra is going to be.
Yeah, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to go here. Squid Knights threatening to take control of lead unless some sort of special push here stalls it, and it does not. So lead will go to Squid Knights, at least temporarily, if Splatter Swim can find a way to stall the zone. Getting a nice pick on the ballpoint, and a nice double here for the Tri-Slosher, which will give control of the zone to Splatter Swim. However, Squid Knights threatening to take it back almost immediately. as this Tri-Slosher goes down.
Yes, indeed. This Dynamo's gonna throw that Booyah in zone. They're gonna try to get their K-Pro out of there and safe, or at least into a controlled area. And their K-Pro is back with them now, and we do see that they're gonna get that pick immediately on that Junior. Dynamo still asserting pressure, gonna go for that side flank. Maybe can go down here. Yes.
Yeah, that's something we haven't seen much out of either team. It's both teams have pretty much been staying on their side of mid and just trying to contest zone from there. So it's this Dynamo is at least the first time we've seen on stream where somebody's trying to flank on this map and put pressure on the team and take attention away from the zone.
Yes. You see the Dynamo's going to go down to the Hydra here. Hydra's also going to go down to a trade by the Ballpoint. Ballpoint's going to use that rain, going to push that pressure again onto that K-Pro. Ballpoint's going to go around the side here, going to be kind of cut off a little bit by the try. Going to get the try kill though, and is going to kind of push back by this rail, put some beacons down, and going to get ready to apply more pressure to that Hydra. Which this is a battle of the backlines right here. Hydra going to go down.
Yes, battle of the. And the Ballpoint's in good position there. We finally found a way to get out of from the back of their zone and onto the bridge. More importantly, the enemy bridge, so they're able to keep control and the fight away from the zone, and able to grab a lot more points from the lead. However, it does eventually go to Splat or Swim, as we see the Tri-Slosher here having difficulty staying alive, able to get a pick, surviving with the help of Rain, as they eat away at all their penalty points. So now they're doing some permanent damage. The Tri-Slosher doing some work here on this spectator camp.
Ballpoint's gonna get the kill on that try, and you see the Juniors trying to push back in over here. Gonna be pressured by that Ballpoint. Not gonna be quite allowed back into the zone. Splatterstone needs to grab that zone now, or they're not gonna be able to might not have enough time to push back in. We do see that Squid Knights does grab the zone, and the Try are gonna go to an engage here. The K-Pro goes down the side of Squid Knights, and the Dynamo's gonna try to keep pressure on that zone to keep it, so they don't have to worry about it over time. We do see Splatter Scrum's going to grab control of the zone once again. They do need to delete that penalty before they can start scoring again. They only need to score 6 points to win the penalty of around 18 left.
Kanan trying to get a pick here that could help his team win the game. 2 players going down though. Squid Knights throwing the Booyah Bomb. The custom Hydra, the last player alive, is not able to get control of the zone. So after a lengthy delay, game 2 does go to Squid Knights to tie up this best of 5 series at 1-1. Indeed,
I'm kind of glad that I was right about both teams at least scoring 1 point on the board for each of those according maps. We do want to take note that we are going to be moving on here. Hopefully we finish up quick. We are like a little bit behind schedule here. They need to finish these games quickly before we can move on.
Yes, the Squid Knights, I understand they need to be subbing here, but we need to they need to sub a little bit quicker so we can get this one going.
We are in top 16, so I will be putting the maps in the chat for them to notice. I do believe it says it, but I just want to put them in there anyways.
Regardless, we are officially moving on to Kelt Dome Tower Control. This showed up in Ludi a couple of weeks ago. It's definitely an awkward map, but the key here is getting past that first checkpoint, because the tower moves away from the enemy spawn all the way to the second checkpoint. So once you get past that first checkpoint, there's just so many easy points for you to gobble up. And if you're playing defense, you want to hold on to that first checkpoint as long as you can.
Yes. We do also want to note that once you do get the final checkpoint is also one of the hardest ones at the same time though, because you're right out of the spawn where that enemy's defending. But if you can push up hard enough and you have inkjets or armor, you generally can finally score that final points on the board. We do see that Hydra coming out here again.
Yes, that is the vanilla Hydra. Interesting pick. I guess not interesting for them, but there's so many specials that just don't seem to work on this map. Splashdown can be awkward, Tenta Missiles can be awkward, Booyah can be awkward if you don't throw it in the right spot. Those railings just kind of mess up a lot of things going on here. But we do see armor coming out for both teams, as well as that double roller comp and a double point sensor comp coming out for Squid Knights. That's interesting. I wonder why they need 2 point sensors. Who they're trying to find.
Yeah, I mean, if they were worried about a roller, there aren't any on the team, but we do definitely see that because they do have rain, that does kind of allow their comp to be a little mix and matchy with the ball or rain and the booyah. You can do a lot of pressure, a lot of real quick to grab that zone. You have things on the ready whenever you need them.
You see Ivan there working the grates. A really good position for a Splatling to be at, as they do. Squid Knights does get past that first checkpoint. So here comes the stop from Splatter Swim. Can they keep all these points that can just be ridden out as it moves away from the tower? Can they stall it? And as 2 players go down, it looks like the answer for now is no, as a lot of pressure coming out from Squid Knights to keep this push going as they just cruise to the second checkpoint.
You do see this caper over here coming out, gonna get some of these frags that they need to make sure this play is stopped as soon as possible. The caper's gonna go at it, and the caper's gonna go down with the dynamo. Dynamo's gonna be exerting pressure on this grate here, trying to get rid of that player, trying to zone them out so they can still score and get through this final checkpoint and finally knock out. We do see the caper coming back here, gonna go down to the roller. The roller's gonna go here, get possibly another kill, but the Hydra is gonna save it. Hydra's gonna be pushed out by a Booyah Bomb.
And this looks like it could be a 1v1 for the match, well, as players start to respond in here. Players for Squid Knights jumping in desperately to the tower and is able to get their bodies on. It looks like they all died. Oh, wait, no, actually, one player did survive. So, I thought they died and their death was enough momentum to carry them over to the finish line, but a dominant win by Squid Knights, using those point sensors to their advantage, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. We do see the next game is going to be Rainmaker on Wahoo World here, and this one's definitely a little interesting because you have a few ways you can push, and depending on how aggressive your comp is, you either push to the left and you go for a slower push, and you just make sure you have the picks to push it, or you go for the sneakier push and you go faster with inkjets and armor around the slick, and you definitely try to dominate the enemies there.
And this is a best of 5, so now the score is 2-1 in favor of Squid Knights. So Squid Knights win this next one, they will be moving on to top 8. But Splatter Swim, if they can find a way to get a win here, they will force a do or die game 5. Once again, Squid Knights with their deep roster changing up their comp again. Ivan coming out, they were the remix player, bringing in, what is this, Diao? Diwo? Dio?
I'm gonna say Diao because it sounds like meow. Diao.
Froggy breaking out his best Uwu language as Squid Knights have already readied up.
Yep, that's kind of my plan here. I'm kind of excited. This set's actually looking really interesting now that it's actually starting to play. At Inky, press A.
After this one is done, we'll give you guys an update on the other scores going on. In fact, all the other games are already done. We're just waiting on this match to get finished.
Yeah, this is the last one, and luckily they gave us till 40 to get it started, because we definitely needed till 40.
It looks like a vanilla heavy coming out for the side of Splatter Swim, so they dropped the Hydra in favor of the Stingray for Rainmaker, as well as CDS that we haven't seen them use at this point as well. That double roller comp coming out once again for Squid Knights, the Dynamo Crack-On combination. Interesting to see the Crack-On, however, beacons can be very helpful on this map.
Definitely, I do definitely like the they keep the double roller, and I definitely feel like that's really strong for them. They're making it work, and it's something that I really like about this meta that we're getting into, is that you can make almost any weapon work if you play good enough with it.
We see Splatter Swim getting a pick here. Kanan starting to push up, trying to create some space for them to freely pick up the Rainmaker and start a push. With a couple of specials ready to go. However, we have Stingray up for both teams, so we might see a Stingray battle. It's something you don't really see too often in 2020, but, well, who's this? Squid Knights is able to survive the splashdown, pick up the Rainmaker, and are now pushing through the elbow and getting a pretty huge score for this map and mode, honestly.
Definitely. When you hit past that 45 marker, that's kind of where you want to aim. if you're going for a smaller push. If you're going for a larger push, you want to be able to get there, die there, and then push it even further if you can. At least around elbow. When it comes to Slick, you want to get to 35 or higher.
It did come at the cost of 3 players' lives for the side of Squid Knight. However, the one player that did survive was able to charge up Stingray, and you see Stingray coming out trying to stop this Rainmaker before it can even get started, and is actually able to do so. So the nice play by the Stingray there to get their first kill of the game and stop this opening push.
Yes, and you do see this roller definitely doing some damage on their carousel, not allowing these players to use that carousel to anybody's advantage other than their own. You do see the roller here going to be painting a path that looks like almost kind of towards carousel and having beacons ready for the teammates to jump to when the time
I wonder
comes.
if that's what side of... Oh, he was on the enemy side.
Yeah.
I wonder if Splatter Swim saw that. He seemed to kind of get there kind of freely. I'd be interested to see if he has a beacon behind that map there.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see how they address that as well. Like, did they already decide to eliminate those beacons, or are they planning more to just let it be and just knock out themselves? If they can ignore the flanks, they can keep it up. And we see the roller has got splatted, and now it's probably going to come back and go to one of those beacons if they are still there. A few trades coming off here versus the splatter shots and the pros. And this is the pro. Stingray coming out here from mid, from Diao. He's going to be using it to apply pressure on that Rainmaker, and the push is still at 45, as we see. It's not 43. It's not quite past the point where they want to get it on Slick to get those extra points in, but we do see the counter Stingray going to come out here, kill Diao, and Kipu's going to take the Rainmaker and try to make this push happen, or at least start one.
Diao. As 2 players go down. Oh, 3 players now go down for the side of Splatter Swim. We're going to see a Booyah Bomb coming in directly onto the Rainmaker. They're actually threatening to put even more points up. You can get a lot more points going through that short route in mid there, as they got dangerously close to adding more points. But if you're Splatter Swim, facing elimination, win it in about 25 away from being eliminated here. They need to find a way to get a few more picks so that they can get a push of their own. It's just a matter of which side do they decide to take this Rainmaker once they get the opportunity to do so.
Definitely. We are coming up on the last minutes, though, so this game is going to be determined as of this match. If Splatter Swim takes the win here, they will win the set. If not, Squid Knights will take the set as well. That is the determinant of this game. So this last minute is the most crucial one there is in this game.
Splat Roller making a lot of key picks there on the plat. The Rainmaker player for Splatter Slim actually had to back up with the Rainmaker, so they were so when they died with the Rainmaker on their side of the base, which is opening up the opportunity for Squid Knights to make a push here, especially when they don't know where this roller is, and with Baller as well. The fight on the wrong side of the map for Splatter Swim, who is now with 30 seconds away from being eliminated unless they can find a way to get a push going here. With the Stingray coming out, maybe a bit too early considering there's still 20 seconds left on the clock. Might be able to get a pick on the Rainmaker, will not. But however, the CDS does go down for Splatter Swim, and the Rainmaker is lost along with the K-Pro. So with 2 players left alive, basically just this K-shot, trying to get a pick or two so they can pop the Rainmaker. That should be it. I don't know how Splatter Swim can pop it and pick it up in time, and they do not. So we are finally at the end of round 1. Squid Knights, after losing the first match, bounce back to win 3-1 in this best of 5. They will be moving on.
Yep. Have a dream.
To give you guys a quick update, since all the other games are finished, we told you that upsets could happen. Number 16, Boreal Pheonix beat the number 1 seed Stargaze 3-1. And we're going to, I guess, not that there's not other scores of note to mention there, but I got to use the bathroom. And we got to get the next round started anyway, so we're going to take a quick break.
Yeah.
You are watching Low Ink Top Cut. An update, in case you guys were curious, I did get to use the bathroom, so I'm feeling good.
Everything come out
What
good?
did you do during the break, Froggy?
I chose the team and also went to the bathroom, and everything came out wonderful on my end.
Awesome! Thank you for sharing that. Stealth Matrix Assassins. That name is a mouthful. I'm just going to call these guys the Assassins. We'll be taking on Last Chance. Once again, we're still in a best of 5 since this is the top 8 of Top Cut. These two teams, Last Chance beat Old Sushi 3-1. That probably explains why Sigurd is in chat right now. Hi, Sig. And Stealth Matrix Assassins beat Tropics 3-1. If you go just by the seeding, those matches ended how they should have gone if you just go off of that. So an interesting matchup for both these teams. I don't know much about either one of them, but we're going to get to know them.
That sounds like a plan to me.
Game 1 is Clam Blitz at Blackbelly. I personally haven't seen this map and mode in a while, so excited to see this.
Mm-hmm. I think this is very, very interesting map and mode for a few reasons. One, mainly being the way you have to push up on this map is different than a lot of other maps. Like, a lot of maps have like a singular choke, and although this one does have that one major half pipe choke, you do see a lot of teams in top level they will push through both at the same time, allowing the defending team to tend to collapse in one side or the other, so they have an advantage and close in on the other two teams. Definitely a very, very unique map in how it is played. I'm also very interested to see if we will have any rollers, because rollers can be very strong on this map, but only once they're pushed up. Generally, they're not quite as strong in the defending category as always. I mean, that could go both ways, obviously, but I feel like rollers are really good at keeping people out of that ledge and keeping people away from the basket when they're attacking.
So here we go. Both teams have readied up, and nobody has DC'd so far, so we're already off to a great start.
Amazing start.
We do see a 52 gal. You're going to be excited about that.
I am very excited for this. I want to see
on the side of the Assassins, and Clapple's coming out for the side of Last Chance here. Yeah, a remix for both teams as well.
Definitely. It's also the Vanilla 52, which is a little interesting because that is their baller pick. And that means that that 52 will need to have that baller ready whenever the team is ready to push.
For once again, for whatever reason, teams are loving this double point sensor comp that's been coming out. And it was a nice pick, nice double there coming from, I believe that's Cairo. Yeah. I
think Cairo?
But has the baller ready. And a lot of clams on this side of the Assassins as they try to make their first push here.
Definitely, we do see that one player will go down there and they will lose some clams there. Kira's trying to clean up a little bit here. That heavy is going to drop on them. They're going to have to make this play here to get that pick, and they are going to get the pick here. And they're going to have, they're going to be a little bit pinned here. They're going to go down with that power. Their team's going to have to clean up behind them. The Splatoon going to go down to control this area by twice. Twice going to be pushing up those Clapples, hopefully getting the pick here. Junior's going to be defending, and there's going to be another one coming on top of him. The 52 out, they're going to trade. 12 frames is not enough for the Clapples to kill. And the and the splatter shot's definitely here going to be in half type.
A nice missile kill there by Kreese. As we're in a bit of a stalemate so far. Both teams have an opportunity to make pushes that haven't really come to light. Both teams doing a good job of controlling the clan economy, but we do see a jump going in. But with most pushes that come off the result of just a jump, there's not many follow-up clams that go down and immediately get wiped. This push might come back to bite the Assassins as they get wiped at the cost of not many points. And Inkling number 4, I don't know why that name exists, is now in an opportunity, if they can avoid that Splat bomb there, to get control of mid and with a lot of clams as well.
Yeah. Definitely on this map, I feel like if you push in and you don't make a full push where you have control of the area, you lose those clams and you just give them to the enemies, because now there's so many different weird spawn points of the clams that basically allow for, if you don't have control of the map, you're giving your enemies clams. And that's one thing you gotta really pay attention to when you do play on this map, is who has control of what clams, and at least you can see them if you've painted under them.
We've reached the halfway point now. The Assassins with the slight lead at getting one push off over Last Chance, who is trying to find a way to get their 2 power clams into the goal here. As you see Cairo with the on the enemy side of the base, possibly doing it this way, trying to get their teammates' attention, as they do have a lot of power clams as well. And using the baller, they're going to do that jumping baller push. But however, the Booyah Bomb coming down perfectly is able to get 2 players, so they do get the power clam in, but once again it costs them a lot of lives to do so. So another opportunity for Last Chance to get map control, as well as another mercy clam.
Definitely. That pity or mercy clam will definitely change the tide here in this engagement, because it allows the enemies to see where the push is coming from.
Ooh.
But 2, it also kind of gives it it allows the push to be stronger. If somebody does go down early, they can come back, grab the pity clam or mercy clam, and score immediately.
If a push is going to come from Last Chance, it's got to be now. They just used the Booyah Bomb. They got a few more picks. They got so many power clams. However, all 3 of those power clams just sit useless, as they're all 3 going to disappear. An opportunity there. They had the bubbles, they had the Booyah Bomb, but just couldn't find a way to break through. So a nice defense for the side of the Assassins, as you see twice here trying to shark, looking for an opportunity to get a pick, maybe find a way to get more points, or find a way to get another push going there. But with their junior going down, the Assassins looking to take back control of mid and try to ice this game out with only 45 seconds left to go.
Definitely. I do definitely think one of the more interesting things here is that we do see on the side of Last Chance, they did choose a Forge Pro over a K Pro, or it looks like actually Last Chance has a DC in this game, but I do believe it was past the timer marks where it was apparent that they could have a sub, so they do have to play out this game, sadly.
Yes, if there's one weapon that looks hard, that's hard to tell if it's DC or not, it's the junior, because it's white already. But you're right, the junior did DC. So the Assassins, who already had control of the game, is now going to put up an even more impressive lead that should not be taken from them. So game 1 will go to the Assassins by hook or by crook. But if you're Last Chance, you got to be thinking, we had a good opportunity to win that game. Several opportunities. Was just couldn't find ways to get those pushes in to the goal there. So we're going to be moving on to game 2 of this best of 5, as Froggy types out what is probably his resume to commentate for another tournament.
Oh, I'm gonna be here all the time. You guys are gonna love me.
Piranha Pit Splat Zones is the next one. I love you, Froggy.
I love you too, Popcorn. We're okay. We're good.
Yeah.
No. The lobby.
Okay. Actually, 2 people have left. I think the person who DC'd in the game hasn't rejoined yet, and now somebody else has left for the side of Last Chance. So
they do have time to sub in and out, so we will give them a little bit of time here, as they did play out the DC properly as well. We do see Pulette coming in here as well on the side of Last Chance. Yes. And then we do see Sabenta here. It looks like that was 2 subs coming out for the players. One player that DC'd, and as well as I can't remember the other player who was in.
As you see on the roster screen here, Last Chance does have 8 players that they can work with. 8 players is the limit that you can bring into this tournament, correct?
Correct. If you do have more people on the roster of your team, they will be cut from the Battlefy will automatically cut them off, and you have to manage them, which isn't really easy on Battlefy, I'm not gonna lie. So it's definitely something you have to consider when you bring in more people than allowed.
So with the DC issue, it looks like Last Chance has enough players to swap in and out so that they can still keep the game going, even if somebody's internet has gone out. So something you like to see from our perspective.
Definitely.
Because it means a team can keep playing without dropping. Of course, having 8 players ready to go at any given moment is kind of difficult to do in this game. So, but we moved on to Splat Zone's Piranha Pit.
Mm-hmm.
Double zone map.
Yep. I'm very excited for this map. This map is such an interesting map, and I feel like this map always has the most intense matches because both zones are so close to each other, yet they're so far apart that it doesn't matter that they are separated. We do see the 52 Gal and the Remix again, double point sensors versus the Clapples and the Remix again.
Pretty much a very similar comp coming out from both teams here from what they used last time. And actually, the only difference in comps between both of these teams, aside from the KenSa and T-Tech, is the Clapples versus the 52 Gal. But once again, the double point sensor comp coming out for the side of the Assassins. Possibly to be used to help keep track of the Dapple player.
Yep. I do believe they subbed out their junior player, it looks like. And it looks like both juniors are kind of going out of here, throwing bombs, trying to keep control of this map. The T-Tech goes go down on the side of Last Chance, and we do see the T-Tech goes down on the side of SMA. The junior going to get a kill here, going to keep that zone.
Zone currently in control of Last Chance, who have found a way to get a couple of picks here. So they're looking to create a lockout situation. Not the most difficult thing in the world to do on this specific map. However, it is difficult to do when you have a baller player coming in and getting a key double, which will give zone flipped over to the side of the Assassins.
We do see Kuro here coming out with that double from the baller kill. And also going to be pushing up here, trying to grab this heavy, and does. And it's not going to be going back into the zone. With the support of the teammate, they're able to grab in that zone, and they're going to be pressured here by the Clapples. Clapples are going to trade with them. And we do see that the SMA is going to be trying to retake this zone here and trying to make sure that they keep that the penalty on the other team. Inkling going to be coming out here to the side from Last Chance, going to be pushing the pressure on these players. The junior going to go down. And the KenSa is going to be on the jump on the T-Tech. The T-Tech is going to go down. The KenSa is going to be on the zone. We're going to use those missiles to put pressure on that junior behind him.
About 2 minutes have gone down in this game so far. The lead currently sits with Last Chance. However, the zone is currently in control of the Assassins as they're using point sensors, trying to find some players that they can get a pick off of, using the baller to go into the side of the zone that they don't have. Absolutely bullies a player by running them over as Kuro continue. And if you look at the Ks at the top of the screen, Kuro with 8. 2 other players on their team with 0, and the T-Tech with 4. Kuro doing absolute work here for his team.
52 is pretty strong on this map if you have played it and made it work. Especially in a team coordinated setting. You have to keep that in mind that 52 is going to be that slayer on this map. It's not going to be as supportive as it would be on other maps because this map allows it to traverse a lot easier. We do see this Remix here being pressured back a little bit. If they're going to have that Booyah ready, so they're probably going to pop it pretty soon to get rid of that baller or to keep that zone. Missile's going to also be pressuring them again. They're going to jump out here, keep that Booyah alive. Looks like their teammates are going to go down though on the left side.
Stealth Assassins getting through all of their penalty points, and with full control of the zone here, they will get lead and possibly get a whole lot more out of here. However, Inkling number 4 here, not to be confused with Inkling 1 through 3, able to get Booyah Bomb out, and instead doesn't use it on the zone, but it tries to use it to force a player to run away from the zone at the left drop there. So they do get control of both zones eventually, and a nice pick on Kuro. So now the zone going back into control of Last Chance, who is quickly eating through their penalty points and might get some... Oh, a nice double there. But with baller ready from Kuro, if he can come in and stall the zone just a little bit, but the zone won't be stalled in time. Lead will in fact go to control of Last Chance, but 2 players go down, so Kuro... Oh, well, Kuro gets the trade at least. So the zone's currently stalled right now, but lead, with just about a minute left to go, in control of Last Chance.
Yes. We do see that Last Chance here is trying to recap at least one of the zones, and they're going to try to grab both if they can, because they still can keep that lead if they try. Do see SMA is going to grab one, and they're going to trade the zone. Last Chance still has the chance to grab that zone. They do not. Now they have a penalty, and they have lost the chance of keeping that lead for a little bit longer. We do see that Remix here. Inkling number 4 going to be putting pressure on Kuro here. Kuro's going to have to back up, and he's going to take the mark, possibly on purpose, not sure. They're going to be using that ball on the right side of the area here. It's going to be a distraction for the heavy to keep their teammates a little bit more free. Remix is going to be using their Booyah there to keep the zone just a little bit longer, and SMA is going to grab that objective and lead.
Yes, that was a great use of the baller there by Kiro. Not really using it as an offense, but more of a defense, just absorbing shots long enough for the bullets to not paint the zone so that they could get lead. And the lead now, once again, with the Assassins with 10 seconds left to go. Last Chance going to have to find a way to get control of both zones here, and they do just that with 5 seconds left to go before we head into overtime. They have a little bit of time left. They can wait if the zone is going to be stalled out here, but you see Pulet getting some key picks here. But however, once again, another baller, the 7th baller from Kuro on the one zone that they do not have control of, but wasn't able to explode it enough to get control of the zone. It's going back and forth, but I don't think they have enough bodies to contest, and they do not. So the lead and game will go to the Matrix Assassins, who is now up 2-0 over Last Chance. As you called it, Frogly, a very key back and forth match.
Definitely. I think that 52 played it really, really well. I think actually I was pretty much correct about that. They took the mark on purpose just to stall that zone a little bit farther, because when you're marked, people will eventually look at you and they will say, hey, there's an opponent, why don't I shoot them? And that's what the Remix did. He looked at the baller and he tried shooting it and breaking it, and so did all of his teammates, and he just stalled that zone further and further, keeping the people off the zone and letting his teammates push up further as well. Our next game here will be Rainmaker on Kelp Dome, and it does look like we are going to get started here. The people are in the lobby there picking their weapons. I think Rainmaker Kelp Dome is a very interesting map because it has really, really unique ways of allowing the teammates to push. The one way is on the right, where you kind of have this really entry way, but you have to get picks before that, and you have to have people in there. And the only ways to get people in there are through the grates on the left, which is the other way to push, or to go straight in, or through the back on tree and up around the grate, which, again, all these ways to get in there leave you quite open and basically it forces you to be in a very bad situation when you do have to enter there. But once you get in, you're in, and then you're able to assert some area, grab control, and push the Rainmaker with you.
Yeah, this is a good map and mode for Remix. Especially, you're going to have a lot of run speed slapped on you anyway, so if you do pick up the Rainmaker, it is easy to kind of run on those grates up top. If you're the Last Chance here, this is so easy, but obviously your last chance. You got to win these next 3, but both of these games have been very close. Especially that last Splat Zone game we saw. So even though you're down 0-2, it's definitely not out of the scope of possibility that you can come back and do a reverse sweep here. As we see pretty much the same exact comp from both teams, the only difference is the 52 is now using the Stingray one with Curling Bomb as opposed to the point sensor baller.
It's a very interesting pick. I think it's definitely not inviolable. I definitely think it's just something that isn't picked as often. I would totally be for it, but I play Blob on Rainmaker myself. The Stingray 52 allows you to use that Curling Bomb to push up with the Curling Bomb and allows you to just go in sneakily. If you have Ninja Squid paired with that, kind of makes you a really deadly threat. It makes you almost like a sploosh, but a little bit more faster with its kills and a little bit more accurate in some ways too.
The Assassins coming out with the early lead. As you see, Last Chance taking the Rainmaker, doubling back, going through their spawn so they can go out to the right tree on the side of the Assassins. But the Stingray possibly could get a pick deep into their base, and they do. So, with 3 players down, if the Assassins can find a way to get over there, and they probably won't in time, they could pick that up and get some pretty punishing points, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. The Tenna Missiles forced all the players from Last Chance away, and they got the Rainmaker stuck in a very awkward spot. This is not good for the side Last Chance.
Skipping 20 points of objective is really hard to do in Rainmaker, but they seem to just pull it off like it was nothing here. We do see that they had that Booyah already. I could have seen that coming out early, but they didn't quite pull it off from the Remix on the side of SMA. We do see that the Junior here on the side of Last Chance is truly trying to get control of this area back where the Rainmaker was, and trying to make sure it resets as well. The Remix was there right with it. Remix here going to go for that controlled area again with this junior to its side. Going to make sure that they can keep the area of this map, because if you don't have tree, you don't really have a way to push in towards the enemy's base. Remix is going to kill the other Remix here, and they're going to have Booyah ready. T-Tex can go down as well, and they're probably going to have Pop here in a second from SMA.
It's a very awkward start for Last Chance as through the first 2 minutes. SMA doing a good job of keeping the pressure on, even though the Rainmaker got reset. The pressure is still all on the side of Last Chance. As you see, an Inkjet trying to get another pick on the Rainmaker there. Frosh taking it right, being patient, waiting for their teammates to get a few picks or so, and you see the Clapples going down. Might not get more points out of this, but once again, as we reach the halfway point, the map, the Rainmaker's on their side of the map, and actually with full wipe, so now the Assassins could be threatening the KO here if they can get yet another wipe, as teams are dropping out of their spawn a little bit too quickly. They're threatening to get that second wipe, trying to pincer on that Remix. The Rainmaker going down yet again, but this is yet another very scary situation here for Last Chance, as they're throwing everything they can just to keep from being KO'd.
Finally get that pick of his two. We're going to see Perez here going to go up, trying to push that Rainmaker a little bit forward, get that edge on the lead, so that way if Last Chance doesn't get a push in, they will still probably have advantage. It's very hard to get past anywhere past the 40 or 30 mark on this map. It's kind of the range where you want to beat.
Inkling number 4 looking to get the Rainmaker for the first time in this entire match on the side, out of their base, honestly, and on the side of the Assassins. Trying to get a pick with the Rainmaker on Ethan, who is doing a good job of staying alive, keeping that Booyah Bomb ready, and just putting pressure on this Rainmaker, who has not yet dropped down. And now you see the Stingray, so once again, the Rainmaker stuck in a very awkward spot with just about a minute left to go. Last Chance having a very difficult time getting out of their base with the pressure the Assassins are putting on them.
Definitely. We do see that there's a lot of coordination coming from Assassins. They've definitely practiced strats like this before on this map. You could see the core, or at least something of the sort, where they try to make the enemy go from their base, getting the Rainmaker out onto the right side and killing them for a drop, and using that to their own advantage. Definitely a strat we do see coming out here and trying to be repeated a few times during this map.
About 40 seconds left to go here. Okay, so three players going down for the side of Last Chance here. That is a full wipe. So with 30 seconds left to go, the Assassins have a decision to make if they want to just try to dare the Assassins to come get the Rainmaker, or if they try to put it into a cheesy spot that will help them out. And it looks like they're just going to try to say, look, the Rainmaker's here. You guys haven't moved it past mid yet. Come and get it. And if you're Last Chance, you have no choice but to make that effort to do so. And they will be able to get the Rainmaker. It looks like they're taking it left.
They're taking it great, and they're going to try to go for a sneaky trade. Yeah, definitely going to try to flip us. Booyah going to come out here. Will the Booyah make it to the Rainmaker in time? We'll go find it in a few seconds here. Booyah, the Rainmaker is going to survive the Booyah. They have point sensors. They're going to throw those there. The Splashdown's going to come out here, try to be used on the Rainmaker pedestal, distract and push away this Remix, while allowing the chance for the Rainmaker to push up a little bit further. Not quite enough to get lead. Still going to be pressured by Stingray. He's very close to surviving. He might have to drop if he's not careful, and he does die to the GG Ray. Very, very close game. Very wonderful push from Last Chance. I like the idea of that last-ditch effort push that they pushed in there. Very well executed. Not quite enough, but very close.
A smart push. However, the 3-0 will go to the side of the Assassins. They will move on to top 4 of the of Top Cut. So they will be guaranteed to play at least 2 more matches. Whether it's grand finals or the bronze medal match will determine how they do in round 3, the semifinals. And we will, before we go to break, let's give you a quick update on the other matches going on. It looks like all the other matches are already done. Every match was a 3-0. The Gorillers beat Squid Knights 3-0. Boreal Pheonix continuing their run as the number 16 seed, 3-0 over Laguette. And I know people have been saying this one in chat, but I don't know how to pronounce it. Primera or Primera? It's got to be Primera. They beat Revitalize 3-0. So we'll take a quick break to get the next match started. You are watching Low Ink.
See you guys soon.
Semi-final hype.
Let's go.
We are going to bring you Boreal Pheonix versus Primera. This is the top 4. Boreal Pheonix is no stranger to the top 4. In the past 3 tournaments, they've reached this place twice, the semifinals, and they have fallen both times before taking the 3rd place match. So this is the point where Boreal Pheonix, they've got a lot of experience in this part of the tournament, and you know that they're desperately hungry to get past that ceiling and break through to the grand finals. However, Primera has been taking care of business. They started out as the 13th seed. They beat Nova 3-1. They beat Revitalize 3-0. So both of these teams coming into the semifinal matchup hot and ready to take a battle here in this best of 5.
Yep, definitely. We do see the next map we're going to be playing for this BO5 is going to be, or not the first one technically, but
Clam Blitz at main stage. Is that correct? Yes.
Yep.
An interesting map here. So Boreal Pheonix, they rated up pretty quickly. If you watch the last stream, it shouldn't be any secret what they do. They don't really try to hide what they do because they're comfortable with what they got, and it works to their advantage. Primera, don't know a whole heck of a lot about, but we'll get to know them. One player has their Discord tag in their name, so I guess we can GG them after this match. I don't know.
Yeah,
so the match is
sliding those DMs.
So here we go. Semi-final best of 5. Boreal Pheonix versus Primera. I hope I'm saying that right. No surprises for Boreal Pheonix. That's quite a surprise coming out from Primera. No backliner. Instead, electing to go with CDS, InZap, T-Tech, and that is a vanilla Splash-O-Matic with Toxic Mist and Inkjet.
Definitely a very strong pick on a map like Clams, and this especially because you can get above the enemy's snipe and you can just pound damage into them and force them to move around. We do see the custom CDS coming out here, and I definitely think it's a strong pick on this map. We do see immediately though, 2 people are going to go down on the side of Primera, and we're going to see Boreal Pheonix definitely get early scoring here, and they're going to make what they can happen.
Yeah, BP coming out strong immediately, getting a lot of picks, getting a lot of points. Already under 50 with 42 points remaining before a KO. This fight continuing in the pit. However, Primera looking to sniff out this push. They do, but that is quite an opening first minute for BP to start off the semifinal round.
Definitely see. We do see Primera though gonna go out here and try to reclaim as much of the turf as they can. They're gonna get a pick here from the Squeezer here.
Primera looking to make a push. Already has armor that they can work with. Has a lot of clams. They don't have a power clam formed yet though, as the spectator cam showed us nothing for some reason. As we go back to the actual action, a score is going to come in. Inkjet trying to get a pick or 2. They do have another power clam that they're trying to find a way to get in there. The Inkjet gets killed as soon as they land by Oofs, and that will be the end of this push with about 3:20 left to go. Both teams have made pushes, but BP's push has been much more impressive so far. However, the clan economy still heavily in the favor of Primera.
Definitely. We do see this remix here. It's very, very strong. It's going to try to get rid of this power clam, and it's also going to grab in the zone. Going to grab as much damage. And, oh, yeah, immediate wipe. They are down 1 player, though. That means that player can grab the pity clam as well as help push up once they get back with a jump. But it is the remix. The remix is not always the best option to have jump unless you can get them back in from mid. They're probably going to have to work up the way himself there. That Paxton is going to push out this Splash Shot. Splash Shot's going to score. They're going to go around this drop here, and they're going to try to get as many picks as they can with the teammates score. And they're going to push it down all the way down to 10 with all the power clams going in. And we do see in mid here, we do have this Splatter Shot T-Tac going to come in here. And it's going to try to grab as much clams as it can and grab as much control as it can. Make sure you get any picks that are free. Or people pushing up that need to be a little more careful. Didn't look like anything yet, but we're just looking for an engagement here.
The one silver lining for Primera is that they do have a lot of clams to work with. They just need to find the ways to get some picks, and they're having a very difficult time as that Inkjet was very lucky to get the trade there. Several players shooting down on it on the side of BP. With under 2 minutes to go here, BP with a pretty commanding lead, passing clams. You can see the coordination these teams are playing with here. At this point in the game, at this point in the tournament, you can start to see nerves starting to sink in for both teams. However, BP's playing very coordinated in this opening match.
Definitely. Clams is definitely one of the tougher modes to be coordinated in, and if your team can be coordinated in it, you're going to allow for a lot more to happen. We do see that T-Tech, though, is going to, or not T-Tech, the Splat-O-Matic is going to definitely get a lot of picks right there, and that's going to allow for the change of how this battle seems oriented.
And you did see some spectator lag. That was, I don't think that was the actual player lagging when he moonwalked off the grate there. But with 2 players down now for Boreal Pheonix, we're starting to. Oh, and that's actually a wipe. So if you're Primera, here's your chance to do some permanent damage, and they're already just about under 30. BP trying not to be a little bit too panicky here because there's still 45 seconds left to go, but a lot of clams. They got 11 clams built up. I don't know if they've used their Mercy Clam yet or either, but BP still able to hold on to the lead. Both teams with 30 penalty points with about 35 seconds left to go, but still another wipe like that could be it for BP because Primera has all the clams they need. However, 2 players do go down. 3 players go down. So, very nice counter defense here by BP.
Definitely. Without those 2 power clams, they're gonna have a very hard time forming another push here that they need to win this match. And they only have 13 seconds left on the clock, or less even. When
do they have a Mercy Clam? Are we even gonna go to overtime?
We might not even go to overtime.
Yeah, we're not gonna go to overtime.
They needed to grab the clams. They didn't have enough time.
So a nice showing at the end there by Primera, but still over the course of the whole game, Boreal Pheonix showing a pretty impressive opening match, especially considering the other team had the more aggressive comp. It didn't seem to give Boreal Pheonix much issues.
Yep, the next map here will be coming up, and it's going to be, I believe, Splat Zones on... Sorry.
Splat Zones and Arowana Mall.
Definitely not the easiest map to win on. Does definitely take some skill.
And actually, this might be a map and mode that these teams haven't practiced in a long time. It's not one you see come off too option. It's one of those maps where if you get wiped and you don't have beacons down, it could take you a country mile to get back into the zone. So the aggressive comp that Primera was showing off earlier could either work to their advantage or it could really come back to bite them here. The great commentary. Yeah, of course. BP, who hasn't changed their comp as far as we've seen throughout this entire tournament, taking a little bit of time to ready up here. Maybe they want to do something a little bit differently for this map and mode. And yes, it is worth noting that person named T-Tech One Trick was using NZAP last game, so that's kind of sus.
Yeah, I really think that was an interesting choice of a way to advertise yourself. But I mean, whatever baits the enemy into a false sense in a way. I mean, sometimes Splatoon is just a mind game.
We do see a K-Pro coming out for Boreal Pheonix instead of the T-Tech that they had in the last game, opting to go with a little bit more range. And still no true backline for the sign of Primera, but they do bring out a Dynamo. So they're going to have an interesting time trying to get to Oofs, the backliner for Boreal Pheonix, who's using the Firefin scope for a little bit extra range. As you see KimCat helping protect their backliner there, as control open immediately goes to Boreal Pheonix.
Definitely. We can see this junior is definitely kind of like in a lurking, more slightly aggressive, but not quite like position where it's trying to ping it, but it's also trying to just stay out of the engagement at this point. And you see Cactus over there is going to go with a slight flank. Gonna get denied though by the Charger, it looks like. And the Booyah Bomb here is gonna be really careful where they put it. And make sure they get it
double
zone,
Booyah Bomb. Actually, the double Booyah Bomb went down and wasn't enough to take control of zone. So once again, we see Primera trying to get control, but they've already used up all their specials. And in fact, you see the one Booyah Bomb coming for Boreal Pheonix being enough to clean up. But despite being down in players, Primera is able to take control of zone and stop the opening push from BP.
Definitely, you do see Dooley here kind of in this pit trying to get out of here. Definitely going to jump out to his teammates and be in a safe position. And we also see KenSa here on the zone, definitely trying to paint up. Watch out for that Booyah. Quite careful. And we do see that, I'm blanking right now.
Well, we've already seen
that zone, at least get the penalty, sorry.
We've already seen 3 Booyah Bombs come out from the side of Primera from B Woke themselves. So it's obvious they're trying to use, and this will be Booyah number 4 here if they choose to use it. They're obviously trying to coordinate their specials in an attempt to get control of zone. However, BP's been doing a good job of countering all the specials that's being thrown at it. Here comes Booyah number 1, trying to get at the Charger on the left side of the map there. Booyah number 2 coming in, and once again, well, actually this time, Booyah's work in the zone does go to control of Primera, as they are able to get a couple of picks to go along with it as well, which might lead to more significant points coming out of this push.
Definitely, they're starting to count down here. I mean, you see a counter Booyah going to come out here from the side of Boreal Pheonix. But Primera here is going to try to keep control of that zone for as long as they can. They definitely want to get rid of these points as much as they can. They want to keep that zone at the same time. The zone is going to be contested here. It's going to be taken over again by Boreal Pheonix. And the junior here, or not junior, the foil here is going to squeeze up in this alley.
Just smothering that man with bubbles. So the push ended. 2 players coming down. Boreal Pheonix once again kind of establishing their control of mid and eating away at their penalty points here. They're looking to do some permanent damage, as you see Aimer getting a nice pick on the K Pro, who probably didn't notice that he was there. And with 10 points to go, a double Booyah Bomb coming in. Those Booyah Bombs will cancel each other out, but it is enough for Primera to get control of the zone with 1:30 left to go. A huge deficit to overcome.
Definitely. We just see this K Pro here is trying to get a little bit of control, or at least a pick to give an entry for him to get near the zone so he can at least slightly contest it. And we just see Amir there in the back being pressured here by Jake, who's throwing a bunch of bombs with his K Pro over the zone and trying to make sure he gets contested of the zone. They're definitely going to try to get the kicker down, but they did not get it down enough, and Boreal Pheonix gets it down not even past like 10 points further.
Yeah, so we're now
pushing up.
We're now under a minute to go. Boreal Pheonix with a commanding lead at this point, and not very many penalty points that they got to eat through in order to finish off this KO. You see Primera trying to find a way to get back into the zone, maybe get a pick to go along with it. They've got 2 players down, trying to fight on the right elbow there, but they cannot get through due to the Fire Fence ink walls that just lock them out and keep them away from zone. So a nice KO win for Boreal Pheonix, who is already up 2-0 in this best of 5, looking for that one more win that will lock them into Grand Finals.
Definitely. Very strong keep from them, and they've definitely been showing that they want this one and that they think they deserve it. They've come here top cut before. They're showing their dominance. They're keeping it, and you definitely can see that. They're not letting anything slide through. They're not going to let anything get in their way, and that's definitely being shown right now.
It was interesting. You saw there was no backliner on the side of Primera, but Oos was only able to get 2 kills, but you still saw Oos doing a lot of different things that didn't show up on the stat sheet, such as blocking players out with that ink wall that played a huge part in that win there. If you are Primera, though, you've shown the ability to use a wide variety of comps here. So they're not just stuck with the one trick, as their name would let you think. So it'd be interesting to see what they pull out of their bag of tricks to try to counter the comp that BP is putting at them as we move to tower control at the Reef.
definitely. Tower control from the Reef is definitely one of those more. It takes a different team comp approach to generally win. Not always, but not all team comps work on this map because of the bridge, and you have to worry about people splashdowning ballers, booyahs being thrown on top and below and above the bridge. You have to worry about having control of the bridge, because if you don't have that bridge, you don't have the map. There's a lot that just goes in this map that doesn't really get said, but it definitely changes how your comp needs to be played ever so slightly. And that's something that I'm really interested in seeing here, and how these teams adjust their comps, even if a little bit, just a little bit. You need to make sure that that change happens.
Yeah, and if you're Primera, this map and mode might just work into your favor. This isn't one of the better backliner maps, and they've been opting to not use a backliner, so we'll see if this map can change things for them, or if Boreal Pheonix will decide to go ahead and punch their tickets into Grand Finals.
Definitely. Alright, here we go. We do start off here, and we do see an N-Zap, foil, T-Deck, and a roller, and as well as a Splat-O-Matic again. And K-Pro, Splatter Shot, and Release Glitchers.
So this is pretty much the same comp that Primera used in their Clan Blitz game. Only major difference on the side of BP is the K-Shot instead of the K-Pro or T-Tech, and an N-Zap instead of a Junior, which is obviously a smart choice for tower control.
Definitely. We do see the Inkjet there. I think that's definitely something that's going to show a little bit here.
Oh.
The Inkjet is going to be able to do a lot of damage in tower.
Wait a minute. Nice BP's bringing out a foil squeeze, or a foil roller.
Foil flings though, yeah.
Foil flings a roller. How did I miss that? So I guess they decided, you know what, even though we've won 2 games, we're going to be the team that makes the adjustment. And so far it's working for them. Definitely.
The foil instead of the dynamo does allow them to have missiles and suction bomb, which are both pretty strong on the tower control mode. Missiles to get people off the tower and disperse people, as well as the suction bomb to force people off the tower, or at least half of the tower, as well as that ends up having 2 suction bombs.
BP claims the first checkpoint there, and they get back on the tower looking to get through the second one. You see Amar having bubbles ready. Primera looking to stop this opening push. Yet again, you see missiles are coming out. But the CDS does go down, as you see Amar looking to get a few more picks. The push is currently kind of stalled here, as there are some fights going on away from the tower, mainly in mid underneath there, but you see 3 players collapsing on the foil Flingza, as the momentum has now shifted, especially now that the squeezer has gone down, to the side of Primera as they approach their first checkpoint with about 3 minutes left to go.
Definitely going to get this checkpoint here, and they're going to use this momentum to definitely push further. You see they have the top of mid, which really allowed them to kind of push this objective further. They have people flanking, they have booyahs ready, they have missiles ready, they have their specials, and they're going to make them count right now. They're going to use these missiles here to get the people on zone. They're going to watch out for that top of the tower. The objective is going to be being pushed to the 3rd checkpoint, which is the most crucial one. And we do see that suction bombs are going to be thrown on the tower. The shooters are going to be on it as well. K-Shot still standing on tower, finally gets slain by, looks like it was the foil, and they Boreal Pheonix is definitely allowed to push back here now. And this is the push that they need to make count, because they got a slight wipe on the enemy team, and they need to make sure that they have all the control of the map they need to have, especially the top of mid, because if they don't have top of mid, they don't have control of the tower.
So we just crossed the halfway point. Primera, with the 1 push that they've had so far, got 92 points and cleared all 3 checkpoints in just 1 push. Very nice push here. However, BP looking with the tower on the side of the map for them to get some offense going, looking to get a few picks here so that they can at least get past that 2nd checkpoint. But right now, everything seems pretty even between both teams, as everyone's just looking for that first mistake to capitalize on to get a few picks.
Definitely, but we do see it's just Dooley up and down right now, and he's going to be Toxic Mist and Slain, and that gives that gives them a really nice chance to push up here and allow a lot of just funneling in if they can make it happen. Foil there, Amir going to go after this Inkjet, and Inkjet's going to be popped as well in the first place. Amir's going to go down to the Inkjet,
stopping the bubbles from coming out. So here we go with 2 players going down now for the side of BP. Missiles coming out along with armor as they try to stop this tower from KOing them. Primera looking to get a pick on the Flingza, does just that, and we're in a 2v2, but just about a minute left to go. Primera in a very good spot to win this game, with the tower very much on the opposite side of the map, and a solid lead so far. But there are a couple of specials ready to go for the side of BP.
Definitely, we do see that bubbles are ready there. They're going to be used probably towards the last checkpoints. We see the ink check coming out here, though. It's going to be used to pressure early on, get that top of mid, secure that K-Pro, make sure he's not in the way with that Booyah Bomb, which is very important here. But we do see the bubbles are getting ready from Amir. He's probably going to use them closer towards a few seconds, as they want to get through these checkpoints as soon as they can.
And they do get to the first, that second checkpoint. Amar using his bubbles very efficiently. They just got to get through the second checkpoint. That second checkpoint doesn't take too long to get through, just a couple of seconds. However, 3 players going down. T-Tech one trick here, using the K-Shot, trying to find that last T-Tech on the side of BP. I believe that is Dooley, but they have full control of the tower. So a nice showing here from Primera, who was on the verge of being swept 3-0, showing some fight and winning the one map that you thought they would win based off of their comp. And the interesting thing here is BP switching it up, going with the foil instead of the charger. Obviously, due to the map, but it worked ultimately into Primera's favor.
Definitely. I think one thing to mention is that the BP did really have a strong early lead. They definitely got it up to the checkpoint they wanted to get to, at least get to the first one and at least let the teammates come down on top of them. But now we do see that Primera was able to use it against them. It probably wasn't their main weapon, and probably weren't used to how the weapon played, and they used that towards the advantage and definitely took picks off of the foil a lot, as much as they can. We do see the next map is going to be Gobi Arena Rainmaker.
This is another awkward map. But you know what? If you want to win low ink, you got to do it on some maps that you may not be used to. Whichever team is more comfortable with these awkward maps is the team that's going to prevail here. With this one, going through the left side of the map can be kind of difficult because there's not a lot of ink to work with. You got to awkwardly hop up the steps. If you go through the right side of the map, once again, you are through a lot of uninkable space. So whoever can maneuver the Rainmaker through these awkward areas the best will be the team that wins here, as we go ahead and get started, as both teams rated up very quickly. So we see a remix coming out for the side of BP, and once again, no backliner for the side of Primera, but they do bring a foil squeezer, once again reaching into their bag of tricks and pulling out something they haven't shown us yet.
Definitely, I definitely think that Photo Squeezer is going to change quite how this map is played a little bit, because you have those bubbles again. Insta-Pop allows you to kind of counter their Insta-Pop in a sense, if that made a lot of senses.
All 5 of the senses, as 3 players immediately go down for BP. T-Tech one trick here, once again using a K-Shot, not a T-Tech. Oh, with a very nice route. Going up to the bleachers, going through that grate there, and is able to get, honestly, a score that you could win off of already, with 29 remaining.
Definitely, Primera showing their dominance here, and they know what they're doing on these maps. These a little bit different of maps. They're more, you can tell they're a little more used to it. They're not playing the more simple ones, and they're practicing them, and they're coming up with the routes and plans and actions. And they had it ready, and they had it quick.
Absolutely.
Within a minute, getting such a strong lead, yeah.
That was a very impressive route they took, and that might be the difference in the game. Even though there's 4 minutes left to go, it's very difficult to get a lot of points on this map, even in a mode like Rainmaker that's so fast-paced. However, BP, they are the experienced team here, and it comes down to, can they kind of regroup here? Can they find a way to get some picks? And can they find a way to control of the lead? They got a lot of time to work with here. However, map control and lead clearly in the side of Primera right now, and as well as all of the momentum.
Definitely, we do see Primera here definitely pushing onto the BP Splat and trying to get as much paint damage and anything they can on them, trying to get a pick, especially to make sure that they can move this Rainmaker freely without worrying about flanks or objectives being slain.
You see B Woke here spamming the Toxic Mist, doing nothing but that right now, trying to keep players away from picking up that Rainmaker. Bubbles coming out for the side of Primera as well. They might not see that Amar is sharking right there, but now Amar is kind of forced to move out, use their bubbles as a situation to kind of create some space. They do get a couple of picks, possibly 3, but T-Tech one trick with the K shot. Able to, but they're the last person alive, and they don't get a pick on the Rainmaker. So here you go, Boreal Pheonix. Can they take the same route? They try to. You can see Chemcat struggling slightly to get to take that same kind of hoppy jump that they used before, and that might stall the push just long enough. And they do. So it's now a 2v2 situation with Amar controlling the left plat, though. That might let Boreal Pheonix keep this streak going just a little bit longer.
Definitely. We do see that those Toxic Mists there definitely prevented the Rainmaker from making that push completely, and they see them coming out once again. That's what's really denying them that jump. They can't move in those Toxic Mists, and you definitely aren't able to jump quite as far, making this a much more difficult jump than it normally would be, and allowing these players to get in where they were not able to before.
2 players going down for BP. With about 1:40 left to go. We are now looking at a situation to where will the Rainmaker be reset? Honestly, where is it? It's stuck on the steps on Primera side, isn't it? It is. It's a nice pick by Amar there.
You do see the Rainmaker has not been popped yet, so the shield's not quite ready to be set. Looks like it was maybe just popped, or is being contested still by the side of Boreal Pheonix. And they're definitely getting it up the stairs. Ooh, they're using the Rainmaker to propel themselves a little bit up the stairs there. Or at least knockback damage of some sort. And we do see T-Tech one trick here, kind of going here, trying to get rid of that foil. The foil is still alive on the side of Boreal Pheonix. And they, once again, the Rainmaker is going to be needed to be popped here. Primera is going to grab the side of Rainmaker on their own and try to push it into the enemy side. Once again, they're going to kind of keep it on the right side here, trying to get rid of people off the plat. Splat's definitely one of the most crucial parts of this map. And we do see the Pheonix there as well.
And you see BP, who I'm going to refer to as BP for the remainder of this tournament, so nothing awkward happens again. Is 2 players down. As you see Primera trying to hold on to this Rainmaker, not looking to get too many pushes here. But can they put it into an awkward spot that's going to make it hard? Because it's going to be difficult for B Woke to stay alive here. Trying to sharken the bubbles, retreating here. So it looks like they will be able to stay alive. And this game will go to Primera.
We're now in game 5, and it's definitely possible reverse sweep. Obviously, we don't want to jinx it, but you know, there's a lot of possibilities of the way this set could go. Very close game, may I add. Both teams definitely had strong pushes. Primera just probably had a better executed one. They had that initial push, and they didn't let their teammates funnel in slowly, so allowing them to make sure that they were able to defend as best they could.
So here's the pressure that BP is feeling right now. They had the 2-0 lead. They had all the momentum. They had the lead in the tower control game, but now we're going to a Port Mackerel TC game. Again, very similar to that Arowana Mall where it's so long. It might be another map that, obviously, these awkward kind of maps and modes, Primera has been practicing. We saw the route they took with that Rainmaker. That's a very interesting one, and it's one that BP tried to copy. So this is going to come down to who can handle the pressure the most between these 2 teams, because all the momentum right now is on the side of Primera.
Definitely, I think Port Mackerel TC is something that I'm very curious as to how it will go. We do see that we had Reef TC, and we did see that Primera did come on top of that, and I definitely see Primera having maybe a possible, not overwhelmingly better comp, but definitely something a little bit stronger. They know what they're using, whereas Boreal Pheonix did try to swap that foil. I wonder if we'll see that again here. We'll find out in a second. And that is the question here that may determine the winner of the toss.
Same comp coming out for BP. And pretty much a comp we should have been expecting coming out from the side of Primera as well, with the CDS instead of the Squeezer. So here we go. Winner moves on to Grand Finals. Loser goes on to the bronze medal match.
Definitely. See Cactus here in a really strong spot trying to apply that pressure of the CDS, the ability to move and attack at the same time. It's very, very strong. I mean, most weapons have it, but CDS does it very best. They are going to go down to the bomb by the Squeezer, and the Squeezer is going to be pushing pressure on the right side here of their half of the map. They're trying to get away for this tower to start pushing and make sure that the objective is secure. They do have those bubbles already and decides whether or not, and then they actually go down to the T-Tac 1 trick, who's going to be using the NZAP again, and Dooley's as well going to go down in the mid.
It's 2 players going down on the side of BP. As here comes the push for Primera. And again, this is only the first minute so far. But getting past these 2 checkpoints, specifically the second checkpoint, which is what they're approaching right now, is the key here. And you see the bubbles coming in that will knock Primera off of the tower long enough. But with 2 players going down for BP, this is where things get kind of critical. Especially, and we're looking at possibly a wipe here. A delayed wipe at the most, and there it goes. So with 2 checkpoints down, Primera having all the momentum that they need to keep this momentum going.
Definitely the tower is going to start to push towards the final checkpoint, which is by far the hardest one to get through on this map in particular. The sponge there being painted inside of Boreal Pheonix, and we do see as well the Chargers trying to get these picks here. Chargers get the 1. They need to get on tower soon or the tower is going to automatically drift. They get on the tower, tower is stopped, and they're going to be started pushed on by the T-Tac. T-Tac is going to be pressured by the foil. T-Tac is going to go down. They're finally punishing this push, and they are allowed to get back out slightly and grab control of the map. But you see the Squeezer's getting bubbles as well.
Here's the interesting thing for BP here. The last time they were in the top, the semifinals, they were playing at Hotel Tower Control. They had a lead where they had 1 remaining. They accidentally slipped off the tower, but still found a way to win the match. Now they're in the opposite situation. They are now with 2 points remaining, a way of being KO'd. But can they find a way to pull off a huge comeback here? They've seen it done to them before. I'd be curious to see if they can find a way to do it back themselves. That would be the ultimate redemption story for them.
Definitely. We do see that B-Wilk here trying to push up here, and we're going to apply pressure on that sponge to get rid of that player from using that snipe point on them. And they're going to be pushing up here against this wall, trying to get rid of these players, trying to go look for a pick. Both teams are looking for a pick at this point. They definitely want to start this engagement off, and an engagement will simply start a push. Stingray coming out here, though, definitely going to be applying pressure, and they're going to go down or have to retreat really early because of the enemy's pressure. We also do see that Wolf here has that inkjet ready, and they're going to start using it once again to apply this pressure. And they're going to be on Plat already, and we see 2 of them going on Plat, 1's going on the left here to get rid of that charger. And all the pressure is coming back in, and it's up to Boreal Pheonix to try to stop this push once again and save themselves from being put into a bad situation where they will be going for bronze match. Nobody wants bronze match in this situation.
Under 1:20 left to go in this match. BP struggling to get any kind of pushes going here. 2 players are down currently for the side of Primera. However, they own the entire map, especially the mid area, with just about a minute left to go. BP needs to find a way to get a push or 2 going off here so that they can start clocking out these checkpoints.
We do see they are grabbing as much control of the map as they can. They definitely see that the Junior and the Foil is pushing up here, grabbing those bubbles, getting that kill. Definitely gonna go for another one here. Gonna get the second one. Okay, definitely this push is starting off really well for them. They do not have their inkjet quite yet. They're getting close to it, and they have armor ready. They need to get that inkjet so they can start applying pressure. They're only halfway there. We do see the Charger is going to be applying a lot of pressure as well. The Charger is going to get one of those kills. The inkjet, counter inkjet is going to go down, and the foil is also going to go down. Jake on the near the objective. Jake's going to go down. The T-Tech's got the inkjet. T-Tech's going to be putting pressure on that sponge. They need to get this checkpoint before the game ends.
They still have 22.
2 of them are going to go down.
They still got 20 seconds left to go here, and one more checkpoint to get past. But they got 2 players down. Oof's the Charger, the last player alive. I don't know where they are, if they're able to jump and get on it. I don't know why they're riding the tower, getting it closer to mid. With 3 seconds left to go, it's hard to see. No, But a great effort by BP. However, the finals is going to be Primera, who's going to be moving on to the grand finals. And
definitely. We do see that Primera coming back with the reverse sweep. Very strong, very well deserved. You can see they made adjustments to their comps. They made the adjustments they needed to make, and it paid off very well for them. Sadly, BP will go into the bronze match, but hopefully they win their match as well.
And once again, BP going into the bronze medal match. I know it's not the result they wanted, but they're still one step closer to the ultimate goal of winning the Lowing tournament. However, we are going to be seeing the Stealth Matrix Assassins take on Primera in grand finals coming up next. You are watching the Low Ink tournament, and always remember to young commentators out there, try your best not to say any sexual body parts on stream accidentally. But if you do, own it. Oh, shoot. And we are back with the grand finals of the Low Ink May 2020 tournament. We have Primera taking on the Assassins. Both teams were on stream the last two games. The Stealth Matrix Assassins winning 3-0 in their match over the West Broadway Grillers in the last round. Primera, as you saw, with a very impressive comeback win, reverse sweep over Boreal Pheonix. So here we go. We got top cut, and the first game is going to be Clam Blitz at Muscle Forge Fitness.
Let's go.
Honestly, I couldn't tell you much about what I remember from the Assassins. I believe Kuro was running the 52 gal, and I believe they did use a heavy for a backliner. We just saw Primera, obviously, and they had no backline that they used throughout the entire set, and that seemed to work well for them going into the last three games specifically. But here we go. We're underway. This is a best of 7 grand finals.
We are off, and we do see the 52 and the K-Shot and Junior. Kana versus the Foil Squeezer, the NZAP, the K-Pro, and the Splat, as well as the remix on the side again of Stealth.
And once again, that is a double point sensor comp coming out for the side of the Assassins. Both teams opening up, looking to get control of mid. These comps are what we've kind of expected from both teams to be using, honestly. No real surprises from either team. Maybe the Foil Squeezer from the side of Primera. But we see two players going down on each side of the map.
Definitely, it's going to be a close match. This is grand finals. These teams are both the best of what the low level / mid level ish side of the competitive scene has to offer, and this is what we're excited to see. We do see this remix here has this bleed out. They've been saving a little bit here, and they're probably going to use this soon to get this push started once they get a power clam. The enemy does have a power clam, and they are keeping it towards their side of the grate, trying not to get too engaged and get picked off by the enemies.
There's a lot of clams on the side of Primera there, as we see the Assassins trying to just hold mid a little bit longer so that they can build up specials and clams of their own. So at this point, it just becomes a point of which team can get the first pick, and it looks like the first pick is going to go in favor of the side of the Assassins. However, the Booyah Bomb coming in and getting a double there. It looked like the remix didn't see the Booyah Bomb coming in and got picked off by it. So now we see the Assassins regrouping and playing more of a defensive point as they try to keep that power clam from coming in. And a Rogue Splat Bomb will do just that.
Definitely. Applying pressure on that grate is what you need to do in this map, and that's what this team's trying to do. They're trying to keep themselves off of the grates whenever they can, and try to get the enemies to push up when they shouldn't be. You do see the Pheonix here on the right side of the map, definitely applying a lot of pressure.
A lot of specials ready to go on the side of the Assassins, or was, until the 52 gal did go down. And we see Ethan getting picked off by B Woke. So a very even opening first half of this game, with neither team able to get anything going. However, a lot of specials going up for the side of Primera, with Bubbles and Inkjet. But no, they're not able to find a way to get that power clam in there. So once again, halfway through the game, we're still at a bit of a deadlock.
Here are going to have to push from the right side now, considering that their push on grades failed. They're going to have to get these picks here, or they're going to go down, and they do go down. The Uoke over here is definitely going to be pushing along this left side, trying to get as much coverage of the map to regain and recuperate the portions of the map they lost while the enemy pushed up. Definitely both teams looking for a pick, and they're trying to make sure that they are getting objectives secured. B-Woke gonna go down though to Kiro. Kiro is gonna be pushing up in the mid.
We're not seeing a lot of picks going off for either team right now, as we are now under the 2-minute mark. We do see, we're not really seeing a whole lot of specials going off either. Both teams being very passive, looking for that one push to get in there. so that they can get the lead. Here comes some bubbles and a Booyah Bomb for the side of Primera. Will it be enough to get their power clams in? They get at least one now, but the second one fell down to the trench, so that might be the end of the push. However, with the way this game has been going, it's possible that one push could be enough to win.
Definitely. We do see, though, that Stealth SMA is definitely pushing up, and they have the jumps ready towards the basket from 52.
And they just need
They only get one in, though. They need this one clam in. They do not get that one in. They still have more. No, they don't. They are wiped, and now they're going to have to push back out and make another power clam score, and possibly score more after that, even.
So you gotta wonder how much, at this stage of the game, with these two teams being on the biggest stage of this tournament, are there some nerves going in here? Is that why both teams are being a little bit passive? Is that why they're having issues getting points on the board? But currently, the lead is with Primera, just because of the fact that they scored first, and there's no way that you can tie Clam Blitz. But here comes an actual push here, breaking the barrier, getting in 1 and 2 additional power clams. So there you go, Primera with the lead, but is able to find a way to get a much more significant lead and forcing the Assassins to come up with something, come up with a push that they haven't been able to do in the first 5 minutes.
Definitely. We do see that the Assassins are very, very kind of like, they're lurking around. They're trying to grab these power clams. They have 2 of them right now, which is not quite enough to win. They do need more than just 2 power clams. They also need to get to the basket because it's already overtime and they only have about 5 to 20 seconds left. The one power clam will go down in the junior, and the other one is also in street. They're both down, and 52 or the K-Shot needs to make a play now, and there's not enough time.
Yeah, too much time going on there. Both teams taking that game to kind of get a feel for each other. I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm going to go back and look and see if these two teams were in the same group during Swiss. This might be their first time seeing each other. But Primera will take game 1. Very even KA ratio for their whole team there. Everyone getting at least 10.
Definitely. And the next match will be on Anchovy Game Splat Zones, which Mahamed probably will force the remix again with the 52, which again is double points instances, which isn't always the worst situation, but it definitely does not allow them to cap objective with bombs or use the bombs to push people out of the objective itself. So that'll be something to consider a little bit here as they do pick their comps. They may switch up their weapons. We will see in a second here. We are getting started, and both teams are picking out their weapons at this point. I definitely think one thing to mention is that the fan is very, very strong for a lot of weapons, but it does mess with the 52 quite a bit because when you're falling, you end up messing up your good RNG that you get your good shots. Also, with the K-Shot, I definitely feel like the K-Shot will have a lot of advantages on the fan compared to other weapons.
Both of these teams were in separate groups during the Swiss stages, so it was impossible for them to play each other. This is their first time seeing each other in the tournament, so we'll see if either team can kind of open up a little bit more in this upcoming game of Splat Zones here at Anchovy. We see a double splatter shot comp coming out for both teams here. Pretty much the same. Well, yeah, the same 2 splatter shots coming out from both teams. Of course, the main difference is the Assassins have a backliner, and Primera does not.
And we see that backliner is going to be used pretty early here, pretty much used to paint the zone, but it does look like Primera is going to grab that objective first. Not to say first, but definitely grab the retake of it and try to grab as much points as they can. But we do see SMA is going to come back and right back. They're not going to. Each team is not letting each other have objective. Both teams are clearly at it. Inkjet versus Inkjet. Hero is going to get the kill and is going to end up landing again. Bomb is going to kill them. Ethan being pressured here to use that Booyah to probably save themselves as they're being pushed up by those look like CDS.
And Kuro is the person that we've been seeing using the 52 gal up until this point, but now they're using the T-Tech with Inkjet. So, not sure what kind of decision went into that to switch off of the weapon they've been using so well up to this point in this tournament. Might just be the map, or maybe it's just something to counter this no backline, more aggressive comp that Primera is pulling out.
Definitely. I definitely feel like like I said, that the 32 isn't quite as strong on this map because the fan select we probably would have switched. We do see the objective here getting pushed down to 27 by Primera, and now SMA is trying to come with the retake and trying to keep it for as long as they can so they can make sure that they score it themselves. They have not quite got past the 80 marker, or barely even past the 90 marker for objective, and hopefully they can get through that soon. We see Kiro here with the ink chips going along the right side by the pillow.
And so with 2 players down on the side of Primera, the objective will stay in control of the Assassins, at least for now, as they eat away at their penalty points and start doing some permanent damage, as we still see the T-Tech one trick here trying to find a way to get into zone, gets punished by a couple of players for being a little bit aggressive there, maybe a little bit of nerves trying to get control of zone there, as Booyah Bomb will come in from the side of the Assassins to make sure they keep control as they approach lead territory. Just a few more points, but the Inkjet coming off, it is a 3v4 situation for the zone, and it does tinker into the side of Primera as they hold the lead and put penalty points on the Assassins.
SMA here now with 45 less penalty is going to have to keep the zone for quite a long time before they can start counting down again, but both teams do. We do see that both teams do have a very large penalty and they need to get through this, which is going to make these next few plays very important, as these teams only have 20 seconds of left of penalty to get back in. They need to build up their specials and they need to push back in together. And that's one thing I think we see the difference between SMA and the Primera here, is that Primera is a little bit more scattered, but they definitely have the individual skills. It's one tick away, and Primera does get to take the zone back, not allowing SMA to take the lead.
Yes, and a very close score here. It's just penalty points separating these two teams. This has got the billing to be a pretty close grand final so far, at least how these games have been going. And the zone does go back in control of the Assassins. And just as I say that, immediately goes back into, immediately is given up. But 2 players going down for the side of the Assassins. A minute 30 left to go in this game. A Booyah Bomb ready to go for the Assassins, as we see Tentamissiles coming out for Primera.
Missile's going to be slightly on the zone, which gives the SMA team a little bit of advantage when they were trying to recap, but we do see Primera is about to start ticking down again once more, giving them a further lead, and hopefully they keep this for as long as they can, so that way they can score. We do see the Inkjet versus Inkjet once again, and it does look like it's going to be very, very close. Neither Inkjet is probably going to score, but the Booyah is going to kill... Jake's barely surviving, yeah. Wow. But the Booyah on zone is going to give them the penalty, so they do need to recap and take it down another 58 points in order to win this game. But we do see SMA is not letting up either, and they're going to recap the zone, and they're not going to go down without a fight. Neither team is letting up at this point. A lot of 1v1s are very important, and everything matters in this grand finals.
2 players going down for the Assassins as we leave with about 30 seconds left to go. A lot of paint going down on the zone as it is currently being stalled. Both teams trying to get control of it. It is currently now in possession of Primera, as the Assassins only have 1 player left alive. Kuro, who is attempting to take control of the zone by themselves, ends up getting a trade, but with 10 seconds left to go and no real specials coming out for the side of the Assassins, you got to think that Primera can find a way to hold on to control of zone, and they will do just that, taking a 2-0 lead in this best-of-7 grand finals.
Definitely a very, very intense grand finals. We do see that both teams definitely have the capabilities to grab objective, take objective, and push objective, even push up even further past objective, and secure as many points as they can. But we do also see that a lot of these plays are single 1v1s and not a lot of team-oriented kills, which definitely begs the question is which team will have better team-oriented plays in the end of the day and give their team the victory.
You didn't see a lot of high KAs going on there. This is still a very even match. Nobody in that entire game got hit the double digits as far as KAs go. So we can see here if the Assassins can find a way to get a win here at tower control on Triggerfish. So now the question, because we've seen Kuro play so well with the 52, do you think they'll bust it back out for this map and mode?
I definitely see a 52 coming back after this map mode. I feel like it's a very underwhelmingly powerful here. You can push up really, really far into the enemy's base, get below their drop. They drop down and you kill them. They don't expect you to be there. I can definitely. It's 52's got one of those weapons you see pushed up, and then you don't. You don't expect them to be there, but they're there, and they kill you quicker than you can think about reacting because of the kill time of the weapon. One thing I definitely want to mention though is that we do see that remix, and that remix in 52, it sounds like a really, really poor combo because that bubble point sensors. But even like I know you played with me in the tournament, and we did that, and it worked out really well. It's surprisingly a lot stronger than a lot of people think it is.
Well, and we've also seen them use the 52 deco with the kelp dome, so it is possible that we would see Stingray come out for a map, especially like Triggerfish. Where Stingray is so well used on tower control as well.
Definitely. And actually, I think that's more likely that they're going to pull out the Deco here. The Deco is definitely not stronger on tower control than a lot of the other, the Vanilla, or maybe even the KenSa would be strong here as well. I feel like those are better options than the Vanilla, but I could see all three being used by this player. Maybe even Inkjet again with the T-Tech because they're feeling comfortable with it after that match.
I never thought I'd be breaking down a 52 Gal Deco in a Grand Finals game, but here we are.
It's low ink. You never know what's going to happen, man. We do definitely see that. It looks like the Octo Shot T-Tech is coming out instead.
Is that a backliner weapon coming out for the side of Primera? I didn't know they had one in their pocket. There's a Hydra there. And we do not see a 52 Gal, as you mentioned. Instead, the double K shot instead. The only switch is they went with Octo Shot instead of T-Tech. I'm sure there's a good reason for that. So Primera now getting the opening push, but not getting control of the elbow first, as you see Ethan. Actually, Ethan, we've seen Ethan use a backliner weapon before, but instead... must not be their charger person, so instead is opting to go with a more frontliner T-Tech or Octo Shot. So an interesting switch on their part is an attempt to try to counter what they were expecting from Primera to use.
And you see it's kind of working out here at the beginning. They were able to get this push off slightly, but the Primera is definitely going to push back here on these opponents and not allowing them to take the objective any further than they should have been. And they think they should have been pushing. They want this lead. They want this lead now. If they can get these matches done with and out of the way, better for them.
Ethan getting 2 critical Splat bomb kills, which is something they definitely don't have when they use the remix. So about a minute and a half already gone. Neither team has reached... No, actually, the Assassins have actually cleared their first checkpoint. The second checkpoint is much more difficult to get to, though. The tower moves over water the entire time. And if you have a Stingray, it's almost impossible to clear that checkpoint while that Stingray is firing.
Definitely. You have to really be careful about how you maneuver on the tower and allow yourself to pressure the opponents at the same time. You want to be in a spot where you can get to the opponents and make sure they're not getting to you, which is kind of hard to do in this game like this, but you definitely want to see that. And you see this double coming out here from Jake, very, very critical, allowing this team to push up further and make sure that they secure this checkpoint, which they are about to secure. Jake, you're doing another one. They're going to go down to the bomb, though, once again.
Nice trade. And killing the Charger is going to eliminate the Stingray, the only possibility of a Stingray that could be coming out from the side of the Assassins. So they do get the tower over the water. I don't think they'll be able to get past that checkpoint, especially now that BWoke has already backed off to give players jumps. But with about 2 minutes left to go, not a bad push coming out from Primera, who's looking to go up 3-0 on the Assassins.
Definitely, we see the missile coming out here to keep these people in their spawn. They don't want these people to push up any further, and they want to make sure that they have this tower passed up to this checkpoint so they can get the lead. The lead is important here. You can always have lead, but you also want to make sure that you have a lead secure enough where the enemy can't push past your own lead. And the tower's going to be stopped ever so slightly before by Jake. It looks like they still might have someone on it. They're going to be pushing still, and they are going to get the lead here.
Wow.
Only by 1 point.
that push looked like it was doomed when the Booyah Bomb came in and picked off the K-Shot player who was getting a lot of picks there. But they stay on the tower just long enough to get control of the lead with a minute 29 left to go in the game here. However, since there's no checkpoints in the way of getting to the lead, all that Primera has to do to reclaim this one is just get to the checkpoint, and that's exactly what they're threatening to do right here, even though 3 players are alive on the side of the Assassins.
Yeah, but slowly everybody's getting picked off a little bit here. Assassins have everybody up once again, though. Somebody's coming from spawn, and we do see that the 3 from Primera are still trying to keep this push somewhat alive, or at least keep control that they have, because they want to make sure that they can get this push started so they can get the lead again.
We've seen a lot of random Splat Bomb kills so far in this match.
Definitely.
Frosh has the Ink Armor ready to go to try to stall yet another push. Attempt by Primera to take back the lead. All they got to do is really get to that checkpoint and just stay on tower for a fraction of a second, and it should give them the lead that they need. But with 25 seconds left to go and a Stingray ready on the side of the Assassins, it's going to be very difficult to do.
Very difficult indeed. They only have 2 players up, and they still need to get these players onto the objective. It doesn't look like it's going to have that soon, especially with T-Tech one trick coming down and being splatted. We do see Ethan here ready in position to stop this, and they have their Inkjet ready as well. So not only going to be Stinger, you have to avoid an Inkjet at the same time Inkjet comes out here. Tower is going to be neutralized slightly, and that's going to be the game on the side of SMA.
So a nice response by SMA. They were staring down a 0-3 deficit, but still found a way with 1 player left on the tower versus 4 to stay on tower just long enough. And Ethan switching off backline to into a frontline weapon, popping off for their team to give them the win and help even up the series a little bit at 1-2.
Definitely. The next map here is going to be Rainmaker on a humpback pump track, a classic if you ask me. The long way and the short way. There is a short wall on the left and there's a long push on the right, and both ways are very, very powerful to push. Obviously, left is a lot harder to get to. You can use the rail to get the Rainmaker to the left, but at the same time, you are exposed in a rail. Whereas if you go on the right, it's a longer push. You definitely need to have a Booyah, Bubbles, or some special to force yourself in with your team to get past the points you need to get. That left side would provide easily. This is going to be a tough match for both teams, and I can definitely see backlines once again being pulled out for both teams, especially since it just worked last time for SMA.
Yeah, and now that we know that Primera is capable of using a backline weapon, that does throw a little bit of it throws a little bit of game planning that's going to need to go on the side of the Assassins now that they know it is something that can be used, especially now that Primera is taking a little bit of time readying up, trying to figure out what comp they want to use specifically on this map and mode.
Exactly. I'm very curious if they will bring the backline out once again, though, because you don't always need a backline for Rainmaker. You can have your frontline you need swim speed and the agility buffs to make them faster and more aggressive. You can give them the Rainmaker and they can push it up, and that's something that you can do with a frontline comp in Rainmaker, because the Rainmaker provides you a backline weapon in a sense, not exactly, but it does do something of the sort. And we are going to get started here in a few seconds. Teams are readied up, and I think we're about to get started.
Primera currently up in this grand finals 2-1 over the Assassins. However, momentum currently in the Assassins' favor as we see a C-Jet coming out. So now a bit of role reversal here. The Assassins going without a back line, and Primera going with a C-Jet instead. Stingray, very smart pick for this map and mode, obviously.
Yes, the Stingray can be used to counter the Rainmaker that gets pushed up into your own or the enemy area, and you can use it to cancel out other specials as well, like for example a Bubbles or something that allows people
hold on here. They're about to they just got a very nice push there through the elbow, and their push their push will be done, but still that is a huge score to get within the first 30 seconds there.
Definitely.
and control of map. And honestly, if Kreese can get a pick here, gets a trade, but not on the Rainmaker. So the Rainmaker and Stingray coming out, last one's alive. One Trick needs to find a way to get this Rainmaker down off of their plat. And finally is able to do so before getting picked. But the Rainmaker is in a much safer spot. However, a huge lead coming right out of the bat for the side of the Assassins.
Definitely. One thing to note, though, is that a lead of 29 is just a little bit past that left wall. So that is definitely the lead they wanted to get, and that's definitely the lead that they have gotten. It is very secure. It is very strong. It is not impossible to beat, though. I could definitely see Primera here coming out with a lead that could be stronger if they just make their push and their maneuvers right. We do see the KenSa shot on the left side there, pushing up, getting those engagements, starting them off. They are going to go down, though. And so is the Splatomatic on the side of Primera. And we do see the Inkjet here from the T-Tech going to be used on that Rainmaker, and there's going to be an Inkjet versus Inkjet type of war there. The one is going to be landing before the other, and the Rainmaker is going to start pushing up. The T-Tech is going to get the Rainmaker, and the Roller, I think, pushed up past him. Not the Roller, it was the Junior. And the T-Tech is going to get the pop probably here. They have their Inkjet ready once again. They're probably going to pop it soon, and they do, looks like, no, they go down actually to the people at mid.
You know, this is a very good map to use rollers on. I wasn't going to say anything when this map was first brought up because I didn't think either team would bust out a roller of any kind, but obviously I was wrong, as the Assassins have been using the Dynamo here with already 6 KA and 4 Booyah Bombs as we go halfway through the map. So obviously a nice weapon to pull out of your pocket here, especially in grand finals when you're down 1-2, and it's working out for him so far.
Definitely, the Dynamo has a very, very strong ability to just zone out people pushing middle or people in the enemy plat. You have this wave of just damage that people have to take, and if you take too much of it and you're the Rainmaker, you're gonna die.
Stingray ready here as the Dynamo is down. As the Stingray can find a way to get a few picks there, you saw Cactus waiting just a little bit to find where the players were before firing the Stingray, and he's able to get a pick with the Stingray as well, as we see missiles coming in to swarm on the Rainmaker to end the push. But the push that did possibly have some potential, especially for Primera, who's been having issues just getting to mid this entire game.
Definitely. We do see Kiro here playing this Dynamo, and he's going to be trying to zone out as much mid as he can, make sure that he has the coverage of the map, and he's going to put that Booyah Bomb right in the snipe, so it forces his charges out through the drop or forces them back, so he has time to get in there and punish the teammates and people that are going to push their Ray of Frost here, and then pushing up the Rainmaker and get really close to pedal. They're going to be on time. They are going to knock it out, though, and secure the W for SMA.
So there you go. While being down 0-2, they have now flipped the script and have won 2 straight games. So we are tied 2-2, but all of the momentum, especially in this point of the tournament when nerves are going on for both teams, the Assassins, it almost feels like they have the lead here, even though it's 2-2.
Exactly, and especially with this next map, it's going to be definitely a little difficult, and I think it's going to be difficult for both teams because it is Clam Blitz and Moray Towers, which is definitely a tougher map to be dominant on. You can push the enemy's basket almost immediately after the enemy's just pushed you, and that is something you really need to pay attention on this map. You want to make sure you are so aggressive that the enemy cannot do anything about you, and that's something that I really am interested to see if which team can pull it off better.
So when my team won Low Ink, the map we did it on was Moray Clam Blitz. And what I told my team as we were readying up, all you have to do is get one wipe in this map and it's completely over. And that's so true here, especially if you don't have beacons to get back in. And it doesn't matter when the wipe comes. If you are pushing and you're scoring points and you get wiped, you're leaving mid wide open and you're leaving your own basket wide open for the other team to come in and just pile on the points for you. So staying alive and bringing beacons here is going to be key for both teams. Otherwise, this one could be over quicker than the Rainmaker one.
Definitely. I think another thing to mention, though, is that Primera has won both the Clam Blitz and the Zones games. So this game will be going to Game 6 in the least, and that means that if Primera does get this win and they get the next win, they will win, or if SMA gets both wins, they win. But another thing to mention is that the Primera has won both clams and zones already, and those are the next 2 maps, and they're followed by Rainmaker, which is something SMA has already won. So that is something we definitely want to see. We will see here is that if Primera can show that they're just a better clams team, will that show here? Or if they were just a better zones team, will that show here? This is definitely the match for us to be watching right now.
And if you're Primera, you got to think, okay, we were up 2-0, and then we started using a back line, and we lost 2. Does the change in mentality of how they play the comps affect how they lost those last 2? As you see, they decided to drop the back line, and the Assassins matching them with a similar comp with the Dynamo that worked out so well in the last map, bringing it back out here.
You do see the Squeezer being pulled out once again, I believe, by Primera. It's very definitely not by Primera, but also by another team. Yeah. This is not the first time
yes, on
we've used the
Primera.
Squeezer. Yeah. We do see that on the right side here. They're trying to exert as much pressure as they can. They're trying to make sure the basket is defended as much as they can. They're trying to relieve the bomb pressure that's being applied to them. We do see here Frosh and Kuro. Kuro going to go down to that bomb.
And that's the first kill. It took 45 seconds for the first kill to happen. You can tell both teams are trying to be very passive here. They don't want to die and give up control of the map. But 3 players going down for the side of Primera, and you see the Assassins taking quick advantage of it. Nice pick there by T-Tech One Trick. Able to get 2 picks there. Wow. The last player left alive for Primera, able to stop this push. That is huge as far as the defense goes.
All you need is 1 player, and that's all that is needed to stop the push. But if you can delay a push, that tells a different story. It does still feel like that Primera does have the clams here ready and set to start scoring whenever they can, and they are ready to do it on so many levels.
33
they are
clams.
itching.
And Bubble's ready. All they need is a few picks. But a Splat Bomb comes in and gets a double. And Inkjet getting
goes
one
down
more
to
pick.
Inkjet.
This is
The last
almost
one
a wipe.
retreating, and they have to go back very far.
The Inkjet forcing the last player to back up. A huge stop there for the Assassins as they're able to flip the script. When they had 33 clams, a rogue Splat Bomb was all it took to turn the tide, and now the pressure is on Primera. Why are we looking at that basket? Okay. But once again, even though they got the pop there, it looked like they had the follow-up clams they needed to put some points on. They don't. So another empty push, but a push nonetheless for the side of the Assassins.
Definitely. We do see Ethan here with another power clam ready at the right side here. And he's going to go try to get this picky. He's not going to be able to quite get it. He's going to be slightly out of reach, and he's going to continue to apply bomb pressure and general pressure. He's going to give that clam to his teammate, Dynamo, who probably is better suited to hold it, considering that Ethan needs to be able to be sneaky to make these kills. Ethan,
yeah, once again, we see 3 power clams. And once again, a Splat Bomb. Splat Bombs are ruling the grand finals so far, making some very key kills in the mid goings here, as we got about 2 minutes left to go.
Definitely. I feel like bombs are definitely something. I don't know if these players are just so good at throwing bombs at each other that they just can't. Each side can't handle it, or like if it's just that the bombs are so meta that they don't know what to do about it. You do see Ethan going down here. He's gonna get a trade before he does go down, though. Jake here
landing in the Booyah Bomb. So here we go, Primera once again with another opportunity. 30 clams once again to go, and they finally get a couple of picks and get all 3 power clams in. So there you go.
Strong lead.
And we've seen probably between both Clamblet maps, we've seen probably 2 pushes from Primera, but they've been 2 huge pushes, and they've given them both leads so far. With about 1:15 left to go, the pressure now once again on the side of the Assassins, and what has been a back and forth match here. And I don't think either team has been wiped yet. That's been key. You see how low the KAs are. No, we see 1 player with 9, but nobody else in the game has more than 5 with less than a minute left to go.
Definitely. We do see that One Trick here is going to be pressured and probably go down there, it looks like. And we do see Kreese here definitely going to try to grab as many clams as he can, and so that they can make another push possible. One of their teammates with 6 clams, and one of the teammates with the power clam. He needs to make sure he can grab these clams and start the push off. Booyah Bomb is going to start going in, maybe, looks like, and they're going to try to make a push out of it. The ball is on the snipe, and the ball still is alive. They have 2 balls now. And they're going to start throwing them in the basket. They do hit the first one, the more important one. They need to hit the second one. If they can't hit the second one, they make it, and they do tie the game.
He does, but they don't have any power-up clams, and they do get wiped. And it doesn't look like they have the Mercy clam, so they're going to have to find a way to gather up 10 clams. Oh, they already got 7. As you see,
they have a power clam already. They're ready to go. They're going to be revving up all the way into the fun. Oh, but the Booyah Bomb gets a double.
It's still not over yet, but that will likely do it. The Dynamo player in mid, but the ball is all that really matters at this point. So that will go to Primera. Wow. An exciting... Definitely. This has been an exciting grand final so far. Very back and forth. Wow.
It is very intense. You can see just the way both teams know how to play these maps, and they are both not gonna let little things get to them. You can see that even though they were still behind and they needed to form a power plan like that, oh jeez, yeah.
This is such an even match. Both teams struggling to get things going here. So we are moving on. As you said, Primera, they dropped their backliner and they got another win. And they're going back to Splat zones, which is what they won last time. However, the last Splat zone map was very back and forth. But we'll see how the Assassins respond. This is the first time all tournament where they've had this kind of pressure put on them to where if they lose one more game, they're done. So it'll be interesting to see how they respond now that their backs are completely up against the wall. And on the flip side for Primera, you're in your head, you're thinking, we just need to do one more and we win low ink.
Exactly. I think another thing to mention here is, like I said before, the Primera won clams. They won clams twice now, and they won zones earlier. Are they going to win zones twice? Well, that's what we're about to find out. I'm definitely curious that they will pull out that backline again for this map. They didn't need it for zones the first time. Well, they need it for zones the second time. We're about to find out. We're still spreading up here, though.
Just a quick update on the third place match. The West Broadway Grillers ended up beating BP 4-1. So the West Broadway Grillers will take the bronze medal in their second low ink tournament. But we are going to determine who takes home the gold and silver right here in Game 6 of a best of 7. Primera currently up 3-2 as we just wait for the last couple of players to ready up.
And the match is getting started.
All right. So we see the Dynamo coming back out. Dynamo coming out for both teams. Is that what I'm seeing that correctly? Let me look.
Yeah, I do believe so. It's a KenSa Dynamo for both teams.
Both teams looking to farm those Booyah Bombs to work out really well on this map. It's a nice, flat, circular zone, perfect for Booyah Bomb and Splashdown. However, we see Booyah Bomb coming out for both teams specifically. And in true fashion with how even these two teams are, we've already seen the zone switch 3 times in the first 15 seconds.
Yeah, these teams are so close in skill level that it's almost ironic, because one team will take the zone and the other team won't let them have it for more than 13 seconds. At least that's what we saw in Anchovy games. I expect to see something very similar here, although Wahoo is very, very harder to get back into the zone. It is not a map where you can just walk back into it and be over it like you can on Anchovy. You need to be pushed up to get the zone. You need to be using your specials like your Booyah that they just did, and the bubbles that he has ready right here, and he's going to get them ready once more. You pop them slightly in the zone, he still has one more bubble ready, and use it to retreat slightly.
The Assassins were able to hold on to the zone, even though bubbles were coming in and they were down by 2 players. Okay, now they do eventually lose it, but there's still an impressive hold initially by the Assassins to hold on to the zone. It is now a 2v2 in the middle of the map here as we see T-Tech One Trick going in with the N-Zap. Gets a nice pick on the ledge there and keeps control of the zone, at least for now, as they try to get a few more picks so they can start a lockout phase.
Yeah, as soon as SMA gets the penalty here, though, it's going to definitely mean a very, very tough pushback again. Once more for Primera. Both teams have a long push they have to go, but it's, yeah, right there, the penalty. That's going to hurt them a lot, because that means 30 more seconds they have to hold the zone than before to get the lead.
They are able to get a couple of picks. Yes, Primera in control of the zone. However, the Assassins in control of the lead as we are now 2 minutes into this Game 6. The Booyah Bomb coming at Frosh, but he's able to survive long enough. But the zone currently up for grabs, but now goes back once again to the Assassins, who have the lead.
Definitely. We do see that both teams are once again, like, they're going back and forth with this zone. As soon as one team caps, the other one wants it again. They don't want anybody to have the zone, and they want to make sure it's theirs. You see Cactus have to jump out here, though, so they don't make sure they don't die and lose their bubbles, so that they can push back in with their team. They want to make sure they have that Booyah ready and make sure that they can punish everybody else. They do have the bubbles ready, and they're going to bomb out here. They're going to make sure that they're putting pressure on the enemy so the enemy can't just get picks on them. Make sure nobody's below that drop, because if they are, that's going to be crucial. Check coming out here from Jake. Jake's going to start off this push. Going to try to get rid of that Dynamo as best he can. Make sure just before they get the penalty over, they don't even get to score more than 1 point before Primera decides to take back the zone. Primera, woke here, going to go up, going to try to push up to like recap the zone the best he can. Make sure that they can secure it and secure this entire engagement. Dynamo here now in a good position to grab the zone. He's going to use that Booyah. He's going to probably put it on their Splat, and he does. He's going to try to also keep his teammate alive here. And he does get at least the Vengeance kill for Jake. And 2 double kill instead. Also going to be working and popping these bubbles with his teammate here. Third bubble going to come out here. And they grab the zone. And it looks like it's very secured.
1 minute, 30 seconds left to go in this match. The Assassins trying to force a Game 7, a decisive Game 7, as they have control of the lead, but Primera looking to finish this whole tournament right now. If they can gain control of the lead right here, they've eliminated all their play points.
Kill with the Booyah.
Huge double with the Booyah Bomb. And if they can get the pick on the Dynamo, they do. So the zone and lead will stay with them with less than a minute to go. Only 2 players up for the side of the Assassins. This is looking very dire now. And if you're the Assassins, you got to throw everything you have left at this zone. And when they do end up getting a pick on the T-Tech, they do stall the zone. But Bubble's coming out. A loveless Booyah. That's going to be enough to give Primera the Low Ink May 2020 championship in a very dramatic fashion. What a set.
That was definitely something. You could see how the Dynamo definitely got that triple right there, and that determined the entire game almost to a T. The SMA still had a chance to push back out, but they were not quite able to finish it off, and we do see Primera making sure to finish it off here. They did not let them take the zone. They did not let it go to Game 7. They secured their victory, and they secured it with fashion.
A very exciting finish to what was a very exciting tournament. The first time doing this double Swiss system. And here to say a few words is the tournament host, Hoenn.
Hey guys, thank you so much for playing in Low Ink or just watching Low Ink. We really appreciate everyone who's come out to enjoy the tournament every month that we host it. So this month, as part of our expansion into 64 plus team tournaments, we attempted a setup with 2 Swiss brackets. We'd like your feedback on that in the suggestions channel in the Discord. There's also a maps feedback suggestion channel opened up for feedback on maps specifically. And we do, again, apologize for the technical difficulties that caused the tournament to be delayed by 30 minutes at the start of round 1. Unfortunately, there was an issue with Battlefy, and I'll be emailing them about that soon. But regardless, big congratulations to our winners, which I can't pronounce, but Prisma, I believe?
Primera.
Primera, yes, thank you. I apologize, I butcher names a lot. Assassins with a wonderful second place. I've just been informed that West Broadway Grillers came out with 3rd, and Boreal Pheonix. I know you guys have been getting into top 4 a lot. Keep pushing at it. You'll break through and get to a higher position another time. I know it. All right. So again, thank you very much, guys. If you have any feedback, be sure to submit that to us. And we'll be back in June before you know it. Yes.
Are we muted?
I don't